area having to do with innovation and research, and one that has to do with landscape and territory. The rural development area is an area where we are committed to supporting entrepreneurial initiatives that are related to the spaces of this region of the Autonomous Community of Galicia. We are committed to supporting everything that has to do with innovation in the agro-food industry and in everything that has to do with processing and giving value to food products, particularly for something that's very relevant to us, which is everything that has to do with differentiation when it comes to trading and marketing. We've also had very important agreements signed with the Galician government with the aim of developing strategies for the main productive sectors in our region. We, Galicia, are the 10th region in terms of dairy production in Europe, so it's a very relevant region at an EU level when it comes to producing, well, dairy products. We produce 42% of the milk in Spain. We're also very relevant when it comes to meat production. Our wine sector is also very internationalized and dynamic. So we have sectors and industries that are becoming more and more modern, competitive, and that are being able to compete at an international level, particularly in everything that has to do with wineries. We're also working in energy transition and development issues, supporting the institutions here in Galicia and trying to have renewable sources of energy in rural areas that also have an impact in those local communities, increasing their income obtained, for example, in relation to the establishment of some wind turbines throughout our territory. As for research and innovation, the Foundation has been involved for many years already with everything that has to do with recovering the biological wealth of our region. We work with reference research institutions at national and European level. For example, the Scientific Research Institute. With them, we're trying to recover species that are native to us and that are of relevant interest. For example, oak. We're also working with some research centers that belong to the Galician government. We have our own funds that we use to support the recovery of olive trees, for example, in this region. In Spain, olive groves and trees are typical of the south of Spain, as you probably know, but over here in Galicia, we've always had olive trees as well for many years, and we're trying to recover and identify those native species that we think may lead us to having a new productive industry that may be of use for the rural areas of Galicia and that will allow us to manage our territory and create wealth and use the opportunities that these rural areas have to offer to us. Innovation and research, this is one of our strategic commitments, and at this level we are submitting applications to very competitive calls at a European, national and regional level. And we're doing this hand in hand with the different industries and sectors within us at rural level to try and meet the needs of rural communities here. Depopulation, we want to do something about improving their situation as well, about climate change, such as, for example, one of the main topics of this project. And it is a pleasure for us, by the way, to be able to work with the agency here in Galicia that's involved with rural areas and climate change. We work at the level of circular economy, bioeconomics, energy transition, and all these fields. And I mentioned another line of action at the beginning that having to do with landscape and territory. That action line is one where we're trying to basically raise awareness and disseminate information about the need to preserve our landscape and our territory. We want to work at a sort of territorial planning level so that our space and territory is more resilient to any risk that may derive from climate change. Here in Galicia, we're seeing more and more effects and a bigger impact day after day, more wildfires derive from that climate change that are affecting us. The climate conditions here in Galicia are conditions that make us have a lot of vegetation and plants, and that is also having an impact in the appearance of those wildfires that are more and more frequent, as I was saying. So what we do is a set of activities which undoubtedly contribute to the competitiveness improvement of our productive industries. We're becoming more and more committed with working with local communities, particularly with a very specific figure we have here in Galicia, which is what we call the Comunidades de Montes Veciñais. This is a sort of, well, a forest communities that are in charge of our mountainous areas and our forests. Each of these communities has on average 200 hectares in surface, and that surface can be managed in a multifunctional manner by working at the level of entrepreneurship, culture diversification, firewalls that allow us to have more resilient conditions around those forests. So the idea is to develop a set of activities that allow us to have more people living in these territories, to have these areas be more productive, and with the idea of having territories and areas that are dynamic and that are alive in these rural areas. I hope that the seminar today will be inspiring and successful to you all. For those of you coming from abroad, well, we're looking forward to sharing our experiences with you, and I hope you'll enjoy the visits we'll have in the next few days. So thank you for being with us. Thank you for visiting Galicia once again. We know you've been here already, but in this specific case, thank you very much for visiting us in these headquarters for this foundation with 153 years of history. I hope there's still a long way to go ahead of us, and that we will be able to keep on working in the field of rural development, innovation, and research. So thank you very much for being with us today. Well, good morning, everybody.
Collaboration in this project is very valuable for us, and thank you for the effort to be here with us. We appreciate so much. Estamos aquí porque...
So we are here today because this is the final, well, some of the final stages of this project. Down to Earth is a research innovation project, a project that wants to find new ways of doing things, and that's part of the Galician government's support embed for innovation and having to do with key sectors for our economy. So I'd like to start by thanking, obviously, the Foundation for making these premises available to us, the team here as well for organizing today's schedule, not only this event today, but also the agenda and the schedule we'll have in the next few days with those study visits. We hope the weather allows us to enjoy those visits. It's been raining for many weeks here in Galicia. We're used to this weather, it's true, but well, this is going far too fast and too way beyond. Anyway, we'll try and enjoy those visits. And what we want to do today is we want to devote this event to, well, listen to topics that are of importance to all of us, that are relevant to when it comes to handling things about rural areas. And then we will also, we want to exchange ideas about how things are being done at rural development level here in Galicia, well, with the idea that you want to come back to this land and once again see more ideas. So this is a project that started a couple of years ago, and it's one of those projects that was born with a lot of enthusiasm, the enthusiasm of many people with the main idea of marking a difference. We're at the core phase of the project now. The idea is that having learned what we've learned during these 3 years of work, and thanks to the collaboration of our partners, thanks to the visits we've paid to the different regions in our territory, well, it's now time to put what we've learned into practice and try and define how we want to implement this in the different regions that are involved in the project. This is an opportunity for Galicia. We're preparing our final proposal to improve our political instruments here in Galicia. The political instrument we have available here in Galicia, as our partners know, well, we've been discussing about this for many years throughout many sessions, it's a law and act that has to do with the recovery of our agricultural land. And what we want to do is we want to find a practical implementation possibilities for our territory. We have to define measures that are implementable in our territory. So we are working with the Technology Modernization Agency here in Galicia. You'll have the opportunity of listening to them in the session we'll have after lunch, by the way. They will contribute something to this initiative in terms of how to improve this political instrument. So we collaborate with them in terms of achieving these goals. So the idea, what we're doing now is we're working, we hope we'll be able to submit this to the Secretariat in February, but what we're working on is we're trying to develop some possibilities to use data in a better way. We think that our initiative has the possibility of bringing together many of the existing initiatives, and the idea is that this will allow us to have a data space where we can consolidate not only the results from other research projects and projects that are being implemented in Galicia, but also we want to have a platform where we can have information about future projects we may be involved in, other initiatives, etc. So we want to have more initiatives on the table for Galicia so that we can be at the top of everything that's done at EU level. So we want a space of research to consolidate this data space, but also to promote co-experimentation and co-creation spaces to be able to smartly use data and to create an element that's going to be essential to us, which is to have a governance framework for those of the agents that are being involved at territorial level. We want to see a collaboration between private, public organizations so that they share their values and that they can add value to the different initiatives that are being developed in things that have to do with research and innovation applied to rural areas. We hope our tool will give value to our act and to all of our legislation and ideas. We want to see our initiatives shared with our partners so that it can be a good practice and so that it can be shared also with other initiatives that are being implemented in Galicia, in Europe, sorry. We know that this is an era where data are playing a very relevant role for our economy. So in rural areas, we also have to use this opportunity to actually use this source of information that should allow us to move forward and to reach evidence-based policies and knowledge-based policies. So coming back to today's event, the opportunity we'll have today is one of listening to what the stakeholders have done and the report they've achieved within the development of this project. We learned some lessons from Europe to try and do something about fighting climate change. It will be very interesting to listen to your presentations about this. Lots of work has been done in our report about this field. We'll be also listening to very interesting initiatives from our territory, and we'll also share some of the best practices our stakeholders and partners have implemented to be able what can be shared by us. Thanks to Ruben Lois and Cristina Fernandez, we will also have the opportunity of listening to what's being done in terms of climate change and depopulation. They will share their knowledge and expertise in everything that has to do with these two items. I'm sure that all of you participating in today's event will contribute knowledge, support, valuable ideas, and inspiration for all of us. I'm sure that this will be a fruitful, successful event. I'm sure, Jose. Probably you'll all be willing to come back to Galicia once again. And well, I hope you enjoy this territory, a territory that is always open to new ways and possibilities for opportunity. Thank you very much to you all.
Topa, por favor.
Bueno, buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to thank Jose and Mar for their welcoming words, first of all. And, well, let me start by introducing myself. My name is Tania. I'm Tania Geston. I work here in the foundation. I'm part of the team of the Juana de Vega Foundation, part of the team, as I'm saying, that's actively taking part in this Down to Earth project. So, as Mar and Jose were explaining to us, we have gathered here today in this event to have a discussion and to reflect upon the two main challenges affecting rural areas here in Galicia, but also in some other parts of Europe, which are depopulation and climate change. So that's one of our main aims, but we also want to explore the opportunities that may arise when we manage our land, when we implement governance measures, and when public coordination works together with the previous stages so that we can challenge these, we can do something about these challenges. So to do so, we'll be starting by listening to some keynote speeches or some main presentations to try and help us understand the scenario around us. And for that, we have two very relevant people in this field, Rubén Lois and Cristina Fernández, who are going to explain to us how depopulation and climate change processes work at different scales. So we'll be listening to what depopulation does and what the impact of climate change in rural areas is. So I'm going to start by giving the floor to Rubén. Rubén Lois is a professor in geography at the University of Santiago de Compostela, and he's a reference in terms of territorial analysis and territorial governance. He's got a huge experience from an institutional and academic perspective, and he knows a lot about rural depopulation processes at different scales. So, Rubén, whenever you want to, the floor is yours. You can approach the panel, and everything should be working right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I'd like to express my gratitude and satisfaction for being part of this project Down to Earth. We've been collaborating with Juana, the Vega Foundation, and Agadir for the past few years, and I have to say that the experience has been very satisfactory to all of us, to all of our research group. Being able to collaborate in a topic such as this one, which is so essential to us, is really, really positive. New realities, new rural spaces that are being emptied, that are being abandoned, depopulated. These are areas that are being more and more affected by everything that has to do with climate change. They're being affected by new risks, new hazards, new threats, and the new territorial planning ideas and a smart territorial management model we think can help us do something about these risks, hazards, and challenges. To start with my presentation, I'm just going to make a brief presentation focusing on the main issues introducing this topic, but I think it's also important to sort of make an assessment of what's going on. There are parts of Spain like Galicia or some territories in the south of the EU which have seen a sort of new scenario arising in the past few years, and which has to do with what we could call a rural renaissance. Rural areas are being depopulated. The population that remains there is aging as a consequence of many of the things that happened towards the end of the 20th century, but we can also say today that there are some optimistic elements in terms of having some rural areas which are now using, new procedures, new strategies to integrate different possibilities and to properly manage their territories so that we can see a reduction of risks, and where we see a sort of renaissance from a demographical perspective above all. So my presentation is going to be a sort of introductory presentation. So what I want to do is I just want to present the main topics about this issue. I'll start by an introduction, then I will analyze depopulation at different scales or levels. The territorial observatory at EU level allows us to see the different realities in the 20 CEU member states and some associate members as well. So we'll also look at that. And then there are also some measurements, some metrics that are being conducted in terms of what's happening with rainfall and heat characteristics around us, and what the indicators of climate change are being, and how those things are changing, and they are affecting the way we relate to what surrounds us and what can be done with regard to that. So, in the next few minutes, let me try and introduce these main ideas. Let me tell you about depopulation, climate change, and then let me think about some possibilities or some ideas that I can put on the table. We are working with smart population levels and best practices to manage rural areas. And what we have to do at this level is to start by considering problems. Traditionally, in the south of Europe, This doesn't happen in the north or northeast of the EU, where the reality looks totally different and has a different impact. But in the south of Europe, the past few decades have meant a sort of imbalance and decline in terms of rural areas. This has been measured with three main indicators that are clear to us. Number one, depopulation. We are losing population, inhabitants in most rural areas, rural regions, rural counties, rural parts of southern Europe. This is also linked to a very well-marked aging process. We've had generations of adults that left rural areas. They went away from rural areas in the 70s and 80s, and also the beginning of the 21st century. And that has caused a huge impact in terms of demographical structures affecting those rural areas that have not managed to actually renew that population. That has had a negative impact in many rural areas. We're now starting to receive immigrants and some new population, it's true, but that has not yet translated into a recovery of the total number of inhabitants we used to have. That depopulation means also abandonment, emptying those spaces. We have many rural areas and spaces that are being emptied and infrautilized. Agadir was presenting this before with this act to recover this agricultural land. Well, what we're trying to do is something about meeting that challenge, because what has happened in Galicia has been hugely dramatic in terms of, if we compare the agricultural activities we used to have years ago and what we had now, which is focused on a small amount of land. Then also we've had what we could call a sort of economic asymmetry, which has led to many crises. We've had agricultural transformations in some areas that have been successful, and the possibilities of having an impact by climate change is lower there, but there are some other areas that are not undergoing this process. In parts of Lugo, for example, where dairy production and meat production is huge, the number of wildfires and problems affecting these areas is lower. In those areas where this has not happened, the situation is different. So in areas where we still have these agricultural lands being used, we have a lower impact, but in areas that have been left abandoned, and we're thinking about, for example, the eastern part of Ourense, well, it is exactly there where we have most of the wildfires every summer, and other risks as well at an environmental level that are having an impact on us. The decline of rural areas is linked to these phenomena, for example, wildfires that are more and more recurrent and frequent, and that's a general problem affecting southern parts of Europe and other similar parts of the world. We also have invasive species that are appearing all throughout our territory, which are foreign, external, and that are being used with not a very fortunate use, sometimes with a very intensive use. And it's not really a problem related to those species, but the management that's been made of them. And then also the sort of trivialization that is being conducted around these spaces that are not being really catered for. So this is what we have around us, the scenario we encounter. But I'd also like to put on the table the following idea. Rural areas, particularly in the south of Europe, and this is being detected in Galicia, are also showing some possibilities for sort of recovering part of these rural areas. Let me give you an example. I was looking at some demographical data a couple of days ago. I mean, when we only speak about them for 1 year, they have no impact. But when looking at some of the areas where population increased last year, one of them or two of them were Ulloa and Tierras de Allariz. So these are rural areas. So if there's an increase in population, that means that we are seeing some populations or some economic activation in these areas, which are rural areas, and we have to learn some lessons from these repopulation processes that can be very interesting. A new phenomenon is also on the table that, at least for us from the field of geography, this is very relevant, which is that having to do with immigration. We don't have enough young population in many areas. In these rural areas, most population is old. But we're seeing that not only in Galicia or in Spain, but in many other parts of the world, we're seeing the arrival of many workers from abroad, from Latin America, from Africa, for example. Many dairy farms here in Galicia are receiving part of these immigrants. And that brings us to one of the main challenges, which is what do we do about this? How do we integrate these populations? And how can we help them adapt to our lifestyles and rhythms of life in these areas that are not very densely populated and which are very marked in terms of, well, their personality and character. Some more data about population or depopulation. I think that this map should allow us to better clarify these terms. If we look at the areas and the spread of population around Europe, we see that those that lost more population in the past few years, well, since the 1990s, is particularly the southeastern part of Europe. You see that there's a strong populational decline in Romania and so on. Practically all of the east of Europe, all of the Baltic republics. Circumstances are slightly more positive in Spain, France, or other parts of the Mediterranean Europe, but we will later on see that that demographical recovery is very selective. There's a growth in very or highly urban areas with lots of tourists, but rural areas are still losing population. More maps that show these sort of population development processes and depopulation processes very well marked. I think that this Down to Earth project expresses this concern very well. You can see all of the north and all different parts of Europe with those severe losses of population throughout the 21st century. And again, I have to insist on the fact that this has been somehow corrected in the past few years, although our population is really old. In Galicia, we have many municipalities where the biggest population group is that of the elderly. I mean, the possibility of going out and encountering a neighbor is bigger if we think about the elderly and about older people. That means that they are the biggest group in terms of population. So within that context, even if we're having immigrants and revitalization, we're still having this sort of populational pyramid. And there's a lot of depopulation as well in many of the rural areas in the southeast of Europe, and also phenomena that are related to losing vitality in areas that had to be alive, dynamic, such as in the south and center of Italy, where we're also seeing this data having an impact. So this is a phenomenon, as I said, that affects particularly the south of Europe and eastern regions as well, those Baltic countries, for example. And again, what you see here, some more examples that explain basically the same idea, how population aging and depopulation evolves. Those areas that are being more depopulated are areas where birth rates are very low, and it's very, very difficult to recover those rates because fertility rates in developed societies are not at a good level, despite all of the campaigns, despite reconciling family and work balance. Well, many changes have happened, and we're not having many families having more children. It's just some very small numbers. And here we also have to put into the equation those factors that may have to do with the arrival of immigrants to these rural areas, because it's true that some parts of what we call the global south used to have a higher birth rate, and they could reach to a different situation.
So we just need to take a look at the evolution of the rural areas from the population viewpoint. And in all the rural areas, there's a dominance of the coal colors to mark population aging processes that are quite serious. And I'm sure that the partners of these projects will be in some of these critical areas. And so there's a lot of aging in Italy and also in Iberia, and this reflects this phenomenon. And this is the opposite. This is the elderly people, and this is the young people, but this is the other side of the phenomenon. And in Spanish terms, we're going to analyze it at different scales. So there has been a decline in the rural areas at the center of Iberia, there is a great difference there's a great correlation in the towns that lose more population and where there are more wildfires in León, Zamora, Orense, and one part of Lugo. And there are also areas that show some negative aspects within this decline of the rural areas, especially in recent years, in the last 10 years. In the case of Galicia, these are the main processes between the rural and the urban areas, and these are the evolutions of the population in the mountains in the midterm. So I hope that in the next 10 years, some processes will revert, and some rural countries are starting to stabilize their population, and they are starting to have more children and more young people. We cannot see that in the total population, but now we are studying that because there are municipalities like Monterroso, Arzúa, Allariz that are starting to have percentages of population that are less than 20 years old, and just like Ames, Orense, Burela, and so some phenomena are happening, but we need to follow them up. And the rural areas, there are small companies, and they are starting to attract more population, but the totals of evolution, well, there is still depopulation and a lot of aging. So this is another variable, the climate change. Well, we work on this discipline. We are more skeptical, but there is climate change, and I think that we can see that especially in two phenomena. First of all, there has been an increase in the temperatures. There is a very fast trend to the increase of the average temperatures, and this is an issue. Many people say that the weather is not as when I was a child or a young person. So it is very difficult for a person to notice climate change. Thermally speaking, the average temperatures globally increased slightly, so we cannot feel that increase in temperature. We feed ourselves better, we wear better clothes, and there's central heating, so there is a different relationship with the environment, but the thermal records show a rise in temperatures that is starting to be concerning, especially because there has been an acceleration according to the Climate Change International Panel. They say that it is clear, so this is starting to cause many environmental imbalances globally. And there's also there are also some changes in the rainfall. There are more irregularities in this area. Where we can perceive this increase in temperature is in the winters. The winters are becoming less and less cold, and in land with a temperate climate as Galicia, you cannot really tell that. So there are many areas in Orense and Lugo that never reached the 6 degrees, and the wheat and the barley do not grow at those temperatures, and this conditioned the rhythm of crops throughout the year. So now the average temperatures of 6 degrees are exceeded in January and February, the coldest months, but not too much. The issue is actually in the Mediterranean area, with an increase from 9 to 10 degrees on average. So now there are problems of over-evaporation of the rainfall and many issues of drought because there is ongoing heat. So these are some figures related to the increase in average temperatures. And as you can see, we have some anomalies that are increasing in the 21st century. The average temperatures in all the European countries are above 1 degree versus what happened to one generation before, and this tends to worsen throughout the years. So this is an issue. And here we can see the mapping of these extreme anomalies with regard to temperatures, so we're going back to Central Europe and Western Europe, but there is an area that is especially at risk, which is the Mediterranean area. In Galicia, in northern Spain, these issues are not so severe, but it is true the scenario is quite complicated, and what we are watching are many anomalies connected with rainfall. A lot of irregularities this year. We have had a lot of rainfall, but this is what strikes us the most, and these are the data of municipalities from Meteo Galicia, the anomalies in temperatures. There's a direct correlation. There are higher temperatures in industrialized area with more industry, so this model causes climate change and a rise in average temperature. So we have to moderate the emissions to the atmosphere, and we have to change the production model, at least energy consumption within this urban industrial scenario. So these are the anomalies that took place in Galicia. So you just need to follow the temperatures in general terms and the anomalies that happen in terms of rainfall. So there are no big changes at this level, even though for the past days we've had a lot of rainfall, but in the total numbers there are not big variations, even though we are a region in which there is a lot of rainfall, Galicia, but sometimes this is an issue that is quite fatiguing. And these are some conclusions, and this project should rethink the rural world, basically because in the recent years, in the past 10 years, there are some elements for optimism. First of all, we have to maximize some things. There is a certain recovery also in the Mediterranean Europe, as it happened in the UK and in Germany and France before. The rural areas were valorized, but now there is a valorization and revitalization of the processes in the rural areas. So we have to make the most of that. We can say that you can revitalize the rural areas when it is less than 50 kilometers away from a city. So this is the beginning of a revitalization of rural, but we will have to tackle some other areas later. But this revival is connected to financial revival. I think this is very important. The new models of farming management that have been boosted in this foundation, Juana de Vega, and in Agadir. So, because now the rural areas can serve for new uses of the land and the new land management. So the goal is to give good expectations for the young population to move to the rural areas. So where should we start? Well, the population has to settle down, so they have to serve some production uses, but above all, they have to custody the land. This is the best way to prevent the risks in the rural areas. There should be a custody in the territory, and the territory should be managed under new criteria. So we are making progress, and I think that the public institutions are doing some things. So I think it's very important to follow this path. And these models of smart land management, the so-called SIX, and the nature-based solutions. And I guess that Cristina is going to speak about that in a minute. And I'd like to thank Nerea Otero because she helped me to prepare this talk today. Thank you, Ruben. And thank you very much, Ruben. You kept the time. So well, we are running some delay because we started with some delay, but you really kept the time. We have 5 minutes. Are there any questions from the floor addressed to Ruben? We can start with that before we start with Christina's presentation. So do you have any questions? Please raise your hand. And then Annabelle will give you the microphone. I am also looking at the streaming of this event, but I don't see any questions there. Well, maybe I can ask a question, because since we have 5 minutes for that, and then we will start with Christina. This project, as Mar said at the beginning, is a project for the improvement of some policies, and the goal, the final idea is that by means of the learnings from the past 3-4 years, we will try to tackle in a more effective way the two main challenges of depopulation and climate change. So my question is, after this introduction and with all the knowledge you have, what are the main mistakes that we make when we try to tackle the challenge of rural depopulation? I guess there are more than one, but which is the main one? Could you please stand up, because we don't have a microphone for you? But I think that, well, I don't think that many mistakes were made. I don't want to be too optimistic, but I think we are paying for the consequences of the migration from the past, the mass migrations from the past. The main mistakes that were made in the past 20, 30 years, well, maybe there weren't too many errors, but people had already moved to Western Europe, for example, in the 1970s. So some palliative policies were implemented, and there were also maladjustments. And I'd like to speak about a few of them. So first of all, I think that we need models that are less production-oriented in the rural areas. Because, well, there was a struggle to increase the dairy farms, especially in Galicia, also the forest production in Galicia. Now we say, well, we want to produce milk, but we don't have to put so much pressure on the land because we have huge environmental problems. So we need to introduce more diverse forests, not with just one single variety, because this entails more risk. So there's always a stage in the development models that wish to get fast results. These are some of the mistakes we make. And there's another element that was undervalued. The promotion of tourism in rural areas was quite fostered, and tourism is good for other activities, but it doesn't have a dragging effect. There is a very important element to me. Small companies that are locally based in the rural areas. The rural area is rich. We can take the example of Switzerland, Italy. They have small and medium-sized companies there. They are fundamental. They can produce watches or machines or eggs, but I think that we need to take a look at that. The small and medium-sized industrialization is essential for those processes, and we should also correct some production excess that we had in the past. But well, on the basis of the rural exodus, I cannot see so many mistakes. Thank you very much, Ruben. I think there are no more questions. I don't see any hands raised, and I don't see anything here in my cell phone. So thank you, Ruben. Thank you for this kind introduction. That was quite complete. And I think that it served us to get an overall picture of the two main challenges of the project. And now we will start with Cristina. Could you please stand up? Cristina Fernandez is a researcher specialized in the effects of wildfires in the Biological Mission of Galicia. It is a center that is under the CSIC, and she has a scientific career based on the practical implementation of knowledge, contributing to the prevention and rehabilitation of areas that are especially affected by fires in Galicia. So Cristina is going to make a presentation, and we're going to delve into this big challenge that affects Galicia, the wildfires. Cristina, you can start. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Foundation for their invite. It's a pleasure to be here and to get to know this project, because this is always a good chance to meet new colleagues and to get to know new views about a complex issue that, in a way, it also has an impact in the ecology of the forest systems. I'm going to make a brief introduction to fire ecology on the basis of all the research that has been implemented in Galicia in recent years, which has been a lot, even though there are still some vacuums in knowledge, and especially how to implement this knowledge of fire ecology to the landscape and to the territory in a common community like ours, for many aspects that have been mentioned, especially the fact that the population is quite scattered. Also the size of the property makes difficult to manage the land, and also the mitigation of the impact of fires. I'm going to take you on a trip. I will make a brief presentation about the environmental effects from the Galician perspective, applying the knowledge that has been generated from here and trying to bring it closer from applied ecology to solutions in terms of landscape and at a global level. When we speak about the problem of forest fires or wildfires, there's always a very local vision of this issue. Wildfires are the natural disturbance that is the most important one in the Galician landscapes and also in the landscape of Southern Europe. But this is a global phenomenon. 3% of the immersed global surface burns, 3% a year. So we have a very local view of the fire, but actually it is a global issue that has its origin, and it has different issues depending on where it starts. In the Western world, it has some origins and some characteristics that are very different from the southern countries, especially southern Africa. They use fire as we used it hundreds of years ago as the basis for their farming, production and primary production. This takes us to what Galicia was like and some 10 years ago, and this is also related to the current issues because this use of fire in many rural communities is still the source of many fires, because there is like a reptilian memory with regard to fire in many Galician rural communities. And just to focus on the view of the region of Galicia, these are the statistics of forest fires in Galicia, since we have statistics in Spain, reliable statistics from 1976. This was like the beginning of democracy in this country, and so we made an effort to stop having data. This is another thing that I believe has an impact, the lack of historical data, and also the lack of open data in many other variables. This hinders this knowledge because we have information that in many cases, especially with regard to the mapping of vegetation, of fuel from the point of view of biomass, which is scarce, and these data are dated, so sometimes it's really difficult to know where we are when we want to make a territorial analysis. So what we can see here is, well, a couple of things. First of all, forest fires are something typical in Galicia. They did not come from scratch. This blue line is the number of fires, and the bars are the surface affected by them, historically speaking. So what we saw is a pattern of variation of these two variables that are very important to determine the regime of rainfall in a population, and they have varied over time, also depending on the social and financial era of the country. in the beginning, till 1989, in which there was a peak. At that time, there was a change in the forestry policies. At that time, the Service of Prevention and Defense Against Fires started after some summer fires that happened in 1989. There was an especially dry year, and in August, over 200,000 hectares burned throughout the whole country. And at that time, there was a specialization and an intensification of the firefighting services. So from 1990 till 2006, there was another peak in which there were a lot of ignitions, but less areas were affected because there was more efficiency in the detection, reaction, and fire extinction. And now we have a system that has some negative side because there are less and less fires. And, well, you can get to the fires better. We are more efficient, but there are some critical times. We cannot prevent that. Like on October the 15th of 2017, and there was a typical response associated to climate change, the hurricane Ophelia. So this came from southern wind. Usually this takes rainfall, but at that time they took this air that was very hot, and some anthropic reactions were caused, and in a weekend almost 60,000 hectares burned. Some other episodes, the most recent is not in these statistics. These statistics are public, and this comes out every spring, and it collects the data from the previous seasons, and the year 2025 is missing, and the bar should be very high because 120,000 hectares were burned this year. But in general terms, and just like in other neighboring countries, we are more efficient in terms of control. We reduce the number of fires and their impact. But there is one side that is also typical of the northwest of Iberia. Most of the fires we have are not natural. They have an anthropic origin. They are caused by men and women. So due to this relationship with the handling of the forestry agricultural area that has been traditionally associated to fire, especially in those areas with extensive livestock breeding, because, well, the livestock can enter into the forest and feed there. So these are 2 years, a good one and a bad one, and this is the number of ignitions throughout the year. Most of the fires happen in the summer. It is true there are fires and ignitions. That is to say, there are peaks of fire activity throughout the whole year. This means that one part of the management of the issue of the origin of fires is not only linked to the land use, to the biomass managing and a physical part. It is also related to a social part and changing the mindset of the population. I don't know, it is a challenge, of course, but the human side in our environment is also quite important when we analyze the fire issues. It is also true that in recent years, and this is connected to what was just mentioned about the temperature rise and the heat waves that we've been suffering with higher intensity, and they are coming up more significantly. And the origin of the fires is not anthropic, it is not intentional, it is accidental, like wires and the use of porous machinery. They have been the origin of many fires this year. And there's another thing in Galicia that is connected to this human use of fire to manage the land. This is very high productivity. These pictures show the high production of biomass in areas of shrubland. in the middle of Galicia. This is the condition of the vegetation 4 years after a very severe fire. Huge accumulation of biomass. That person that is there is around my height. So we are not talking about the amount. We are also talking about the large amount of dead fuel that is accumulated on the lower parts of this vegetation. So this entails a high risk for the summer, because in this area of Iberia, even though these winters are quite rainy, even though this year seems to be exceptional, there is also a window in the summer of heavy rainfall, and therefore this accumulation of vegetation that grows in the winter is available to be burned in the summer. So all of these circumstances have an impact on wildfires. That is why they are quite common in the rural areas of Galicia. As I was saying, the fire is the biggest disturbance in the Galician natural landscapes, especially in rural areas. So this is a recreation of an old figure that I used to show, like 25 years ago. It has been improved by technology, but this is how we learned before, the effect on the atmosphere, the fauna, and all of these things are interrelated. And so forests will always be considered as a bad thing, something that will leave a trace that cannot be erased in the landscape. And we undervalued their use for the management of the territory. This is a view that was inherited from a view from Central Europe, telling us what should be managed in the landscape. And we also undervalued the potential of the management of fire for our landscape that could be favorable. I've been working in the sector for many years, but there is not a lot of training about the ecology of fire in universities, even though it's part of the ecology that emerged in the 1960s and 70s. But it is something that is difficult to convey to people. The fire has some potential for destruction, of course. It can even endanger human lives, and it can endanger many infrastructures and assets. But there's also one part that is connected to the management of part of our lands. What we want to advocate for as a way of living, the use of livestock breeding extensively, so they need fire for their preservation. So following this scheme, but with a modern view of what fire can give us, I'd like to go over some of these aspects that I mentioned. First of all, the global effects at an atmospheric level. So there hasn't been much research about this, globally speaking, and there's not much local information. These are Copernicus data from the European Union, and they update their reports on emissions associated to fires. So when we see the CO2 emissions globally, we can see that the contribution of Europe, which is the top part of each gray bar, at a global scale is very tiny, because the belt of emissions lies in the developing countries, in South America, in Asia, in Africa, where fire is an important part of the opening to deforestation. And as we did in Galicia at the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, the use of those ashes for fertilization, mineral fertilization. So in terms of the fires here, our contribution from Europe at a global level is not too big. However, it is still important.
There are some relevant aspects. You can see the historic distribution. throughout the past few years of emissions, and if we look at what's happened in Canada, for example, we see some sort of inflection points such as 2023. And this is the EU's report for the European Union and the UK together, where we also see a huge variability. This was shown before in the wildfire statistics chart. We saw that there's no constant in terms of emissions amount. Some years are particularly high, and it seems that at an EU level, 2025 was an exceptional year. You can also see this if you look to the left curve. It's a sort of inflection point which shows a significant increase in CO2 emissions to the atmosphere. Some global studies for the previous decade, some data from them, you can see them in the slide. They also show that apart from this global atmospheric aspect in terms of what a huge increase of CO2 emissions may mean for the atmosphere, apart from that, you see the local impact of the population suffering these wildfires, which are very big at some specific points, in terms of associating these ash smoke clouds to particular diseases, cardiovascular or respiratory diseases that can lead to an increase in mortality at some points in time. And this is also summarized in a simple manner in the slides you can see. And as it says, it seems that a continuous exposure to this kind of particles can cause these kind of problems. Coming to a sort of local level, let's look at some of the results, some of the effects. Let's try and understand a little bit the impact of some other ecosystem components and what their impact is in terms of local implementation or applicability. These are results from the research conducted here in Galicia in the past 25 years, more or less. And these are analyses that, well, we're still conducting today, things we're still researching today, because if we analyze the harm, the damage caused by fire in ecosystems, we obtain lots of data. And I'm not speaking of a post-mortem analysis only once this has happened, but also things that can help us predict what kind of impact we may have. And this can be seen particularly if we analyze parts of our ecosystem, such as our soil. We've studied different soil impacts in Galicia based on some of the features of a fire, and in a visual manner we can obtain data like this one, like what you see in the slide. For years this has helped us plan many of the emergency stabilization measures to avoid erosion in Galicia. I mean, the idea of identifying where the soil has been affected the most has helped us implement actions specifically targeting those areas. So these are some data what we've done. We've analyzed how harm damage levels affect different soil parameters. And, well, I don't want to have a edapology lesson here or lecture to, well, give a lecture in this field to you all. But I just want to put on the table some issues that are very relevant for the soil as a whole, which, for example, organic carbon level. This is an element that has a huge impact in many elements. On the one hand, it sort of helps us maintain the vitality and viability, the feasibility of all the organisms living in our soil. But in Galicia, it plays a very relevant structural role as well, because most of our soil depends on carbon levels. So what I want to show you with this slide is basically, these are analyses performed in burnt soils, analyzing different impact levels, how they have been affected, and then this is compared with soils that have not been burnt. I don't know if you can see it properly. This is soil that's not been burnt, and these are different areas, different soils that have been burnt with different severity levels. That's what we typically, well, the terminology we use from a technical point of view. And what we can see is that we don't always see a decrease in carbon. In some situations, that fire has not led to any statistically significant change. In some other cases, it has. We also see that there's a huge local variability. These are different places where different wildfires happened in Galicia, and they all have very different starting points. Then, this has an impact in terms of not only quantity, but quality as well. Types of organic matter that's more accessible for microorganisms living in the soil and so on. So we see huge impact levels. and how this means the loss of some kind of carbon types that's more easily accessible for those microorganisms, so we could have a sort of lower quality carbon in these soils, just to give a brief overall explanation. And then some other properties or features. pH, very typical as well in terms of soil. We see what happens because of ash, for example, derived from the ignition of all of that live matter that's disappeared throughout or during the wildfire, that leads to a temporary increase of some nutrients. But again, we cannot say that every wildfire is going to have the same impact. It depends on the sort of harm level, as we've explained. And this gives us some margin to focus on what's catastrophic, what's not. So in these conditions, we can use a fire, if we're aware of the conditions, to, for example, reduce vegetation without causing any damage derived from that fire. And we could use some other, we should analyze fires having this kind of effects. This is what we get from this analysis, more or less. The same for microbial biomass. This is a way to actually calculate or look at all of the microorganisms living in a specific area. Some fires cause no change in that sort of total calculation where we look at all of the microorganisms living there. Some other cases may lead to a sort of sterilization of that soil. Some more analysis from other perspectives. This is the average diameter of particles in that soil, and what we do is, we analyze how, the cohesion or how some soils interrelate to others, and again, what happens at a biological level, and how, for example, an impact may happen only in those cases that are of a higher severity. The most relevant impact, basically, in all wildfires, it has to do with runoff. This is a surface runoff, for example, after a fire in Boiro, in a coastal area here in Galicia, after a fire in 2022. This happened through a runoff moment, but as you can see, it's affecting the main road as well. If a basin's drainage system is well maintained and this is clean, nothing happens, but what we frequently encounter here is obstacles, challenges that lead to this runoff. There's always a sort of oversized reaction, I would say, in terms of the impact of fire on hydrology and erosion. That's what typically people is concerned of today. And actually, you look at the TV and they tell us about the fire and when it happens, what happens when it rains in this place. Well, sometimes these problems happen, sometimes they don't, because the soil conditions are not always the same and they're not always altered at the same level by a wildfire. So just some data to explain how this happens. This is also the results of an experiment conducted with artificial rainfall. It's quite difficult, quite laborious, but it allows you to obtain very interesting results. Part of my scientific career, for example, I was involved with things related to erosion. And, the best thing for many people could be, to have some rainfall. The most difficult thing would have to have a whole set of plots and that no rainfall. This allows you to work with no rainfall. And, what I wanted to do with this experiment is I wanted to look at infiltration and how rainfall enters a soil with unborn soil, with all of its organic and any other structure. And this is infiltration level in a burnt soil as well, where part of that sort of mulch or organic cover has been lost. There's some infiltration, but if we get rid of that organic cover in some other soils, then the impact is going to be the same. So what is the advantage, or where is the problem of a fire? It doesn't really lie on the hydrological capacity of the soil itself, but on the fact that that soil has lost that sort of mulch or organic cover. And that's what's really important and what we should focus on when analyzing the impact of a wildfire. After 20 years collecting sediment in many, many wildfires affecting Galicia, we've obtained data or a chart like this one. This gives us a sort of curve of what's happened in terms of erosion and what we've measured after 12 months. So what we have is a sort of range. We've measured loss of sediment at its biggest level in Galicia and in the Iberian Peninsula, and we've seen these results. In some situations, the impact has been huge, in some others, not so huge. Again, The same could be said for plants or vegetation. In Galicia, when we have a wildfire, and if we look at statistics, it's basically pine trees and shrubland that's affected, particularly for Pinus spinaster species, because the biggest surface here in Galicia is to the eastern part of Galicia, particularly in the province of Ourense, which is where most wildfires have happened in the last few years here in Galicia. The same as for soil, we have a range in terms of damage level, where the same applies to vegetation. Very frequently, trees have been burnt and part of their hydrological function has been lost, but there's not been a sort of full consumption, so to speak. So we have some sort of leaves that are still sticking to the soil and that can protect these areas from rainfall, for example, or we can have this sort of full ignition combustion situation. So the conditions, the consequences are going to be different. Having two areas that have been burnt, equally the same. With shrubland, it's the same again, although it's typically more homogeneous. But here we have two pictures of two areas, part of them in Ourense, where we have lots of wildfires, and then another part of Irisho in between Ourense and Pontevedra, an area with huge farming activity, and where fire statistics is also very high. So what happens with most of our plants and most of our shrubland in a region? What happens is that they have adapted to, not to fire, but to this kind of conditions, and they have a bigger capacity for recovery thanks to this, to their adaptation. So the impact of fire in these communities is quite low, and their recovery capacity is huge. We have, as you can see, this is carbon loss in sediments and sequestration and vegetation after wildfire and mulching, and we've seen this is an analysis in a 3-year period. So that's for shrubland. As for pine tree areas, well, these are the results, and we see what happens whether we have canopy burning or not. This is a live example of what I'm trying to explain. This is a pine tree area affected by a fire in 2017 in Agudinha. It's the part of Galicia that's bordering with Castilla and Leon. So this is an area where pine trees were completely burnt to one side of the slide, and then another part where there was no full combustion. So we conducted a study after 4 years to see natural regeneration, and we analyzed severity, damage loss, and we saw how this had a lot to do with whether regeneration has been successful or not. This is there's something very important that has to be taken into account here, because when we speak of the introduction of new plantings or new vegetation, we have to take into account the origin of that seed. That's very important. Also, if we want to have a huge impact on our landscape, for example, if we want to introduce new species or to reduce the continuity of very homogeneous spaces that have a bigger probability of intense wildfire and severe wildfire. Then also, another important thing, even if it's the same species, where do we obtain that seed from? That's very relevant, because in the case of Ourense, this is hugely relevant and impactful. So what are we doing now? Okay, now we've analyzed more or less the impact, the effect we may encounter. We want to change the perception as well, which is also relevant from a social perspective in terms of fire damage. We may have fires with a very significant impact, some others that are not so significant from that perspective. So what is the reason for that, or what can we learn? What lessons can we learn from what we've encountered before? What can we do in terms of which factors can explain the damage level? So in order to analyze this, we're conducting some studies by looking at lots of data collected from many wildfires all throughout Galicia to try and explain the reasons, the causes, what this depends on. This could be helpful in terms of doing something in the future. Maybe we should consider, well, okay, I cannot avoid, I cannot prevent fires at a 100% level. Climate conditions are going to be worse. People are going to keep on, there are going to be still some fire in ignition causes or reasons that are going to be intentional. So this is going to happen, but what can I do to prevent a harmful consequence from these fires. So this is what we're trying to do now, and these are the results from one of the studies we've just published this year. And the first thing that we've encountered to try and explain what we've been doing to you, and well, to try and offer some key management aspects, is that some of the data we're working with are not really up to date. We don't have updated vegetation data, so we've had to work with spatial data that come from 2017 as the latest, to analyze, for example, fires that happened like this one in 2022. So looking at how vegetation has evolved and developed, how quickly it develops, this is going to give us just an approximation and more or less an approach to what we can do. And I think that the public administration should do something about investing in updating spatial data so that we can really work in a proper manner. I mean, Galicia has, we've been waiting for an update for many years by the ministry, and I think that this would be important for, in order to work at this level. We have a network that's very positive, that of Meteo Galicia. It covers a huge range of our territory, but more density would be better. Meteorology, weather conditions are very important for fire. So, just to summarize what I'm trying to say, what we've encountered with our study is something that, it's quite simple to explain. Which is that huge high severity, the one causing such huge damage, is very much associated to a sort of accumulation of vegetation, to a continuity. For me, speaking of fuel is not something that I really like, but it's the technical term we typically use. So an accumulation of biomass that leads to the production of some temperatures that produce that sort of canopy fire or that high temperature at soil level, which leads to those consequences we don't want to have. So maybe we can't avoid or prevent wildfires, but we can work and do something about creating spaces that can help us, do something about this by producing a lower amount of biomass or more heterogeneous masses that prevent this kind of accumulation. And this brings me to 2025. This is a reference from, this is a paper published towards the end of last year, which explains things about the previous summer's campaign, and which explains things about, for example, variation of wildfires and how they have affected us throughout the past few years. So if we look at all of this data and everything that has to do with, for example, what's happened in terms of depopulation, a reduction in primary activity. Previously, we used to have discontinuous landscapes. We had lots of material that we used for biomass production and for different uses. And this has all disappeared, and there's been a sort of accumulation at territorial level. So what we can see is that in 2025, we had the biggest heat wave since we have records about this. And we've also seen a huge increase in wildfires. So by looking at this, perhaps we should consider the following. Maybe this is what we're going to have in the future. So with this social, economic panorama around us that we were describing. So one of the things from this analysis, from this study with the available data, which is at a minimum, is that this is something that's going to affect, and it impacts not only Galicia, but all of the northern territory. And one of the big things that we encounter here is that we have a very high shrubland area. Places that we used to have around us, which were productive, that were used by the local population, are now becoming more extensive, more continuous, and more sort of dangerous. And I'm going to share with you just a couple of images that my team took last summer. We visited all of the burnt areas in eastern Ourense to help towards recovery and relief. And so let me share these pictures more or less to give you an idea of the landscape we're speaking about. There's a sort of interaction between forested areas and populated areas, and which has an impact in terms of why this happens and what the impact of these fires is. In Asturias, in the Basque Country, it's different. But this is an area then during the final days of this fire affecting this part of Galicia that's close to León as well. So for a short period of time, this sort of limits the life of the population in this area. Barco de Valdeorras is a very relevant population here. And well, this was taken in an area that had been burned in 2022 with a huge wildfire as well. So this is indicating, well, that this is happening repeatedly. And some more pictures from the landscape in this part of Galicia. Basically, what happened this summer, the condition there, were conditions with lots of vegetation, very dangerous situations, which turns this wildfire into one that cannot be controlled and that ends up reaching areas that, at least in theory, were under control. These were, for example, forested areas that were abandoned, that were not being managed. It was areas where we had lots of old chestnuts, but that was not really catered for. This is also the consequence of many of these areas being depopulated. And if we had some people here, it was probably because it was the summer and many people were there with, well, just spending the summertime, but no population really settled there throughout the year. So the impact is bigger, as you can see. Some more images in the area of Ribeira Sacra, where also we underwent this severe adverse situation that may lead to this kind of landscape and situation. Places where there's no accumulation of vegetation, at least in theory, but that were affected as well by the fires. A fire that happened probably far away from here, but that ends up having an impact here. And that is related to, for example, an increase in temperature, even night temperatures, which makes the evolution of these fires very difficult. Another image from Gondomar. This is something that we had experienced in 2017 to the southern part of Pontevedra. So things that had happened before and that are repeatedly happening and that we will see again in the future. So these are the conditions: lots of fires, huge ignition points, lots of biomass. Climate, weather conditions are going to be more severe and even worse and worse. So all of the forecasts are telling us that summer conditions are going to be more and more difficult. And our response in terms of having more resilient landscapes and communities is not enough. Basically, talking about fire ecology, what's happening? It's what we need to do is we need to move towards more heterogeneous landscape with not so much biomass accumulation, so that even if we cannot prevent wildfires from happening, we can do something about their consequences. And the challenge here is also related to educating our population in terms of them knowing that this is a hazard, a risk, so that they know how to act, how to protect themselves, and so that they know that for example, a fire that could be caused in the 19s so that it could help our cattle, our farming activity whatsoever, that kind of fire today may cause a terrible consequence, because our landscape today is not the same landscape as the one we had 20 years ago. So the use of fire today has to be different. It had to be used with some sort of more technical criteria. So my apologies if I've been too long. I'm going to leave it here. That was all from me. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much, Cristina. It's been a very detailed presentation that no doubt is going to help us all better understand the different dimensions in terms of challenges and impacts. So let's see if we have some questions from the audience. I don't know if anybody has any question. Please, Cristina, if you want to, you just have to raise your hands and we'll give you a microphone. I think there are no questions online. Let me just have a quick look while the audience thinks about whether they have some questions. So no questions online. Any questions from the audience? Yes? No? Okay, so we're going to move on to the next session. And yes, we'll just leave it here. Thank you very much.
A seguinte sesión é
The next session is a round table. It's going to be a sort of panel or a round table. We're going to be working in terms of developing more issues about this down-to-earth project. Cristina and Ruben has helped us have a sort of, well, general overview or to paint the context. We now want to look at some real experiences to come down to earth and to move from that general overall framework to what's happening on site. So for this roundtable, we're going to have 3 real experiences having to do with the primary sector. And the idea is that they share with us how producing food or the raw materials, how by managing our land, how this can be compatible with climate action, how this can actually be one of our main allies when it comes to doing something about, well, climate action. So we're going to have with us Alfonso Rivas moderating this panel, and, well, I'm going to give him the floor so that he introduces the members of the panel to you all. Thank you very much. We can have the main speakers here with us, those of you who are going to well, take the floor in this round table. So we're going to sit down here, all of us, and start with the round table. So first of all, I'd just like to welcome you all. As Tania was saying, I have with me here Margarita Fraga from Cultigar, here to my left, then Melissa Terran from Oleiros do Suído, and then Marcos Ellacuriaga from Casa Grande de Xanceda. So the 3 of them represent 3 projects that we very much interact with here in the foundation. We've been working with them for years. With Cultigar, we've collaborated in some research projects. For example, we're actually working in a project to recover olive groves and well, olive trees here in Galicia to have a sort of planting and culture that can be an alternative for what we're talking about, so that many of this agricultural land is not abandoned, is not left emptied, and they can give a sort of added value in terms of development. With Melissa, I think you were part of our entrepreneurial project in our latest edition. So you received the support of the foundation to develop the productive process you will be explaining to us. And Marcos from Casa Grande de Xanceda, well, this is a reference project in Galicia in terms of, well, catering for our territory, caring for our landscape and so on. In this case, linked to dairy production, which is one of the main agricultural and farming production sector we have in Galicia. I think they were awarded a prize in, well, recently because of one of the intervention they had in a water purification plant that they had in their, well, in their farm for integrating this within the landscape. He'll explain to us what was done. So with no further ado, let's start with a round panel. I'm going to ask you, first of all, to introduce yourselves very briefly and to tell us what you're doing and what the main activity you're involved with is in your project.
So I'm going to start, and well, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Juana the Vega Foundation for inviting me to participate in this discussion panel. I belong to a lab that is called Cultigar, that is a plant biotechnology lab that belongs to Fundación Galicia. We are based in Brión, near Santiago de Compostela, and we develop projects that have an economic impact in Galicia. Activities with 2 main lines of action. One of them is the production of all kinds of species that have problems in the sector, agroforestry, orchards, ornamental plants, and we also implement research projects that very often have to do with the implementation of in vitro cultivation of these species of interest, and also in forestry projects that have to do with improvement and selection of forestry species, and very often disease resistant, and we also preserve germplasm banks of the Galician natural heritage. Okay, very good. Thank you very much, Marga. Melissa, could you tell us about your activity in Serra do Suído? Yes, I am Melissa, and together with Fatima Esteve, we are a small company of beekeeping that is based in Sierra del Suído in Fornelos de Montes. So this is a mountain range that is quite privileged. We are between Pontevedra and Ourense, And feature that defines our activity is precisely this land, because before the project started, we inhabited this place, and it was a source of inspiration for the building of this beekeeping project. Okay, and what about you, Marcus? Could you tell us about your project? Well, we are Casa Grande de Chanceda, and we have a custody over land of around 2 million square meters, 2,300,000 approximately. We have around 300 cows and animals, and a specific feature is that we have a special figure of environmental protection from the Junta that we chose. Our main activity is the processing of milk, and we produce high-quality dairy products. Okay, very good. So we were talking about the issue we have in connection with climate change, the abandonment and depopulation of the rural areas, etc. So thanks to projects like yours, well, you're trying to revitalize the rural areas at different scales and sizes and from different viewpoints. So we might think that at Cultigar, this recovery of varieties or this germplasm bank, this could be an interesting initiative to have tools for mitigation of the effects of climate change, etc. Could you tell us about that? Well, you just said that we are working on a very nice project to recover olive trees in Galicia, and with genetics, and it's amazing to have that in Galicia. And so, well, we are really excited to participate in projects that have to do with the recovery and the valorization of the Galician genetics, but this will also have an economic impact in the sector. So we're going to revitalize the sector of olive growing in olive tree growing in Galicia, and these are species that are well adjusted to this climate, so they will be able to compete in better conditions with the species that come from other territories. In that sense, we work with some species that are demanded by a sector that very often they have issues caused by climate change, precisely because, as Professor Ruben said before, this increase in temperatures in the winter causes this fact. Many pests and diseases that come to Galicia come here to stay. Even the local species become affected by those diseases, and what we try to do is to select those that are the most resistant, the most resilient species. We always try to identify those species that are the most resilient to diseases, and we also select some features that might have a financial impact in the sector, and the production of those species will also cause less use of phytosanitary products in the sector, and this will cause a better environmental sustainability. Well, actually, I was quite struck when I visited your facilities. You even have a customer from Orrosal, and that produces banana and pineapple. So yes, that's it. So there are microclimates that can also suffer from climate change. So yes, Marcus and I were talking about that. There are some areas in Galicia that have a very local climate that is almost Mediterranean, and some producers always wish to innovate, to do new things, thinking about the proximity production too. So one of the lines could be the production of kiwi or other berries. So, well, we are trying to help them in the production of blueberries and this species in Gorosal. And as regards beekeeping and honey production, I guess there are also many constraints connected with climate change and related to the emergence of new predators, etc., for the bees, I don't know, or some other issues that you experience in your everyday activities with regard to climate change. So what are the main measures? How did you face this as producers? So what are you doing, and what are the main lines you're following? Well, today, speaking about beekeeping in Galicia, is speaking about the Velutina wasp, and this is a big challenge we have in our company. So we have been quite proactive looking for a solution, because when we speak about practices in beekeeping, there are two extremes. On the one side, managing that requires low intervention. Bees know very well what they have to do, and we have a very horizontal vision there when we manage the beehives. We don't make the decisions from humbleness. We learn from them and we let them work. And as regards Velutina, the Asian hornet, and well, this is the opposite, actually. We had to intervene, and we have a pilot project in Fornelos de Montes with a company from Holland that developed a tiny microchip that is placed on one of these hornets and to locate the nests. So this is a revolutionary technology, and it will be implemented next spring. It had very good results in France, Germany, and the UK. And we hope it will have some impact, because as regards the Musa velutina, when we speak about climate change, the climate has favored its expansion here. And we're speaking about over 30,000 nests of velutina only in Galicia. So we've measured the impact on honey production, but it goes beyond that. We are even speaking about human lives, and in terms of pollination, it consumes around 1 kilogram of insects, and this has a huge impact in pollination as a whole. So we are working on this project. We want to implement this innovation to mitigate the effects. That's interesting. Marcus, you have this special dedication to the landscape. You also have this project for Separdin, for mosaic landscapes in your production, and this private interest for the landscape. So could you elaborate on how you work along these lines in your organization? Well, very often we speak about harmonization in the actions with the territory when we come to these events. So the issues are very complex and difficult, and well, one part might be linked to the population, another one to improper species, also the bureaucratic part, the politics. That's why many people don't live in these territories, and they cannot be monitored in the proper way, so it can be productive for the people, and the nature might remain alive. So we do something that is quite simple. When we have a need, when we detect a need in our company, in production terms, sometimes we're talking about production, sometimes we need to improve some parts of the plot. If eucalyptus come up, this is not a good contribution for our land. So in a plot, there are always enhancements that you can implement, and that is why this figure started, this special natural space. The territory has to be aligned with your goals as an organization. it should be strategic, and it has to be aligned with the specific objectives of the natural space. In our case, this is quite connected to waters, to the preservation of biodiversity, and this involves many things. For example, in simple terms, there shouldn't be a nesting in a place where you are carrying out some works, for example. This is quite simple. You're not going to mow the lawn at a time of pollination, so these are just small details. You cannot say they are a guideline, but they are small things that can help you to be in harmony with the environment, and sometimes these details go unnoticed because there's a lot of bureaucracy and you want to implement the projects and you want to meet the deadlines, but I think that you can integrate them and we can do it, and this is what we do differently from other companies. So you did like a study about the potential impacts that your production might have, and on that basis you developed some working lines. Yes, we have several studies throughout the years. We started with the habitat and natural group, taking stock of the biodiversity, also birds, also as regards soils. And then we evolved. We started to work with the nesting boxes and specific actions. And intuitively, you think that they will improve biodiversity because very often this is something intuitive. You see it's working. That is how we started, and then we articulated this private space, and we are a company that wishes to implement an activity of transformation to provide value, to work in rural areas, attracting consumers and people to the rural areas, and they should keep on visiting us, and people should see us and see the model we have as a company. And once we consider what is the proper thing to do for the goals of a company, this natural space becomes important because it is a public figure that meets the needs that we considered. In that natural space, of course, we have to perform a very important study in terms of inventory and measures and proposals for the preservation. And there are some milestones that we have to monitor throughout the years with clear goals. Just to give you an example, well, we used to be part of the natural heritage for the preservation of nature. So whenever we implement a new project, when we make enhancement on territory, we inform the authorities. So this is something that we thought we should do, monitoring for our everyday activities. And does this cause any issues? The investment that you make to have this implemented, how do you transform your activities into business value? Well, till now we didn't have many issues because it is quite aligned with what we do. An important part of these spaces is that they should be compatible with the transformation. So this justifies these activities and the custody of this space of natural interest. So you should have an activity to be able to maintain the land. So it is well calculated, and we never had any issues with being in space of natural interest, and we encourage everyone to do that. Marga, well, you're a bit different because they are more focused on primary production, but to do primary production with innovation, well, in both cases, but you are company per se of innovation that, in this case, develops different varieties to be transferred to the sector. So how do you work in this transfer to the sector? And could you tell us about your everyday activities to transfer this work to the sector so it can have an impact on sustainability and everything we are talking about here? Well, for us, the main thing is communication. And, well, apart from the fact that we disseminate all the work we do and all the research in which we are involved through the social media and via different dissemination events, we have more interaction with the attendees. We try to get all the players in the value chain involved, like forestry companies, individuals, also farming consultancy companies. And we believe this is interesting for us. We don't want to turn our backs to reality. And we also try to show the positive economic impact of the varieties we developed, the impact they have on the sector, because we believe that only by means of the financial return you can attract population to develop those activities. And if you do that, then you will take care of the land. And if you do that, there will be sustainability, and all that can generate an economic ecosystem that will allow you to keep on investing in research and improving. So we believe that the priority is not only to develop varieties per se. This is interesting, but the impact on society should be positive on society and on the territory. That is how we attract the primary sector to them. We also have an active partnership with a company that was set up not long ago, Sementales. I don't know if you know that. They have their lab at Cultigar, and it was set up to valorize the farming coalition seeds that were stored in a lab, and this was well received by the sector. It is a way to recover traditional varieties that they know very well, but that could not be produced because there was not a certifying company that guaranteed that they were disease-free and that they corresponded to the variety that they said it was. So we believe that this is a very nice way to develop the territory, the natural heritage, and also to change the agricultural Galician landscape by means of the recovery of the traditional varieties. As you know, this foundation also supports the recovery of varieties, so it was good news, the setting up of this multiplying company, because the problem was lying there. No one was multiplying the seeds, and they should be virus-free, etc. So we congratulate you on that initiative, even though I believe that there are still many administrative and legal constraints, yet sometimes the red tape is very difficult when you have to register the varieties and when you have to transfer them to the fields so they can be used more freely. Well, everything is regulated, hyper-regulated even, and legislated. I'm not saying it's wrong. We have to control, we have to legislate, but sometimes the bureaucracy is excessive. It doesn't allow us to evolve, and well, the projects have to go forward. Sometimes they become stagnant due to the administrative processes, and this is a shame, actually. In your case, Melissa, what are the main constraints you find in addition to the velutina for the production of your project in a rural area that is quite abandoned? Fornelos de Montes, the central part of Pontevedra, I know that area very well. The farming and livestock farming activities disappeared quite a lot, yes, in the past. And now well, these areas are quite abandoned. There are fires quite often, maybe not every year, but to produce honey, maybe you don't have to be surrounded by companies that use phytosanitary products. But do you find any difficulties in being in this territory? What are the main challenges, the commercialization of your products, to scale them up? Yes, actually, we are in an area in which there was a heavy depopulation. When the Professor Ruben talked before, I could see that. I come from Venezuela, and when I settled down there, the average age of my neighbors is 75 and older, and last year my daughter was born, and no baby had been born in that village for 30 years. So it is, well, we are lucky because we have all the land for us, and we have worked with the land managers community since the beginning, and have almost 11,000 hectares for us, and the bees are free from intensive crops or pesticides, so this land is almost virgin. Difficulties, well, the way we work, well, we are a very small company, and we respect a lot the natural cycle of the bees. We place the beehives in areas with streams. Sometimes they are difficult to access. We don't want to intensify or to put up too many beehives on one spot. So this way of production has some costs. The productions are more limited. And sometimes one of the main difficulties is, well, we have a product with a very high quality because our honey has won many awards, and generally speaking, honey in Galicia has a very high quality, and this is thanks to the territory we have. But sometimes we compete with each other, like the Mercosur Treaty. It's not that everything is wrong, but the European Union stated that honey will be affected by these treaties because we got thousands of honey from Argentina at an average price of 1.8 euros in bulk. So the goal is to teach the final consumer how to tell what is local honey from honey that comes from abroad. So we are a small company, and we are very well known in our territory, and since there's high abandonment, rural tourism was quite developed in recent years, so local renovation, the rural B&Bs are quite booming because, well, beekeeping used to be the main activity in these villages, but now it's been abandoned, so we've recovered that tradition, and we built this synergy at a local level. Our consumers are very loyal, but we're going to grow up more, and this will be the challenge. So behind a honey jar, there's also biodiversity and a lot of work and much more. So sometimes to disseminate that and to convey that is difficult. Okay, very interesting. You just mentioned Mercosur. That is quite trendy these days with farmers because they are blocking some highways and roads, and there's a huge debate in this way, and because they are favoring more industrialized projects that could have an impact on smaller projects. But well, we are in an international free market, and from Galicia, sometimes it's difficult to be able to play a role, to stop or to speed up. Well, I'd like to add that not everything is wrong. In the beekeeping world, in recent years, there was a struggle to have a transparent labeling, and we got that. And as of July this year, a new act is going to be enforced as regards a clearer labeling for honey. When you buy a honey jar now, because in the past you could see, well, it was produced in Spain, China or Argentina, but the percentages were not on the label. Now you have to show the percentage, if it is 80% from China, maybe only 2% from Spain, and also the size of the font. So if the highest percentage is national, it will have to be in bigger letters. So if we are talking about Galician honey, there will be a clear difference in the labeling. Marcos, what are the main lines for the future, or what are you thinking of internally to be able to consolidate these measures that are connected with climate change adaptation? Do you have any projects coming up? Well, currently we want to keep the measures we have, rotational shepherding, for example. A plot is divided into 4 parts, and we move the animals from one part to another so as to avoid over shepherding or over grazing. And with regard to the nesting boxes, we have 80% of success in nesting, so we're going to keep on having those and making progress. So this is connected to biodiversity. This is like a race to consistency, to resilience. So if you get lost, you can lose a lot of the work you've been doing, because ecosystems are quite sensitive, and in Galicia this ecosystem is very sensitive. The landscape, the biodiversity. There are different biodiversities even in neighboring plots. So there are like micro spaces, and different products are applied in different plots. So this is changing. So this is like a race to a continuation of our projects. All of our projects will be aligned with this figure, natural space, and also common growths like renewables versus local energies. This is simple. The water comes from our own land, and as the activities grow up, we'd like to increase the water treatment. We are going to spend, yes, we are going to expand the production plant that is within the private space of national interest. This is totally compatible with it, and in this case we'd like to improve the efficiency and to get more space that is necessary for the levels of activities we have. So I'm referring to different facilities within the figure of private space of natural interest, and so this is connected with waters, but we are not going to buy more land, but we will have to make better use of the land. So this is where we will continue. We will do our thing. We will try and preserve the small world that we have, and in our 200 hectares, we want to make the model grow as much as possible. Suppliers, just till now, it should be local. It should be a local sector in Galicia. We have two companies that they are really good projects for the rural areas, and we hope to incorporate those, and we have our own beehives as well. And we'd like to incorporate also local trees that are adjusted to current weather conditions. So I think these are the main lines we will be following, because this is like a long distance race. Marga, what are the main lines that you have for the future? Well, you were also using solar plates, solar panels, and you had some issues to expand that because there was a lack of space. Yes, the solar panels are set up because, yes, in the lab, one of the main difficulties we have is the high power consumption. And we had to work on that, and with more sustainable power, we believe that we will improve. And yes, we were between Aguas de Galicia and the highway. Well, it was complicated, but well, luckily, when many people think together, you can find a solution. So the idea is to keep on working in sustainability, not only internally, but also with the projects we work with. And just recently, and I think we're going to continue with that, we will be working a lot with forest species in the selection for the improvement. It is amazing, but there were no projects for the selection of the Galician oak trees. It was started by Fundación Juana de Vega at Lourizano. So we are continuing with the project, which is very interesting, and new things are emerging. And in addition to the selection for forestry purposes, we are also checking the quality of the wood, because the oak tree is the best for the building of barrels for liquors and whiskey, and we don't have that here. We have that in other countries. We are analyzing that. In the future, maybe we will have land for those purposes. So this is very interesting. Would you like to say something else about your plans in the short run?
In the short term, what we want to do is we want to expand. We're looking for new locations in the forest and mountains around us to have some new honey varieties. We now have, some kind of honey obtained from some specific plants, particularly in some of our areas, which has been very, very positive. And so we want to have more beehives in these, particularly in these common forested areas. So thank you very much. There's no time for more questions. We're now going to have a coffee break. I'd just like to ask for a round of applause for these presentations, and then we'll resume the session, as I said, after the coffee break. Thank you very much.
Baby, why you call me? Do you feel alone? I know that you miss me, but you are so dumb. You know that I'm here, I'm here. Come when you want. You know I always pray for your little boy. I know, yeah. I know that you miss me. 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 I know that.
Vamos entrando, por favor, sentándonos. You know that I'm here, come when you want. So, let's start. Vamos comenzar de novo. Benvidos despois desta...
So let's start once again. Welcome after this coffee break. We're a little bit tight on time, but we're going to try and make do for the lost time. So thank you very much to you all for being with us here again. And I'd like to thank also those of us who are following us on streaming. They have to more or less adapt to our schedule and our timeline here. But anyway, so after the first session, we're going to move on to some other part of the sessions that have more to do with presenting the Down to Earth project itself and their experiences. So we are going to now move on to presenting the joint report for this third year of work within the Down to Earth project. So just to explain to you very briefly what this is about. These joint reports are sort of the main tool we have in this Down to Earth project to try and somehow understand or distill our exchange of experiences and learnings and try and transform that into recommendations that then the different stakeholders, partner regions, or any other members from other regions with similar challenges can incorporate and use to improve their own public policies. Their public policies particularly addressed at tackling these challenges that we were referring to this morning, particularly the demographic challenge, climate change, and interaction between these two. So, to tackle this issue and to present this joint report that, as I said, comes more or less from that regional analysis conducted within the 6 regions taking part in the Down to Earth project, and that was then compared, an analysis was conducted, everything was jointly processed by the colleagues from the University of Patras and we here at the Foundation, Juana de Vega. So this was all put together to produce the final report. And today we have with us 2 of the people who better know that report. They are 2 of the main authors. So we're going to start with Konstantinos Antonopoulos, who represents the University of Patras, and then I'll give the floor to present the second part of the report and to focus more on the specific recommendations that we've included in the report. I'll give the floor, as I said, to my colleague Francisco Garcia from the Foundation. So Konstantinos, whenever you want to, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. Hi, everybody. It's a joy to come to Galicia after all we have heard and studied during the 2-3 years of intensive work we put on the project together with the colleagues. I have been involved in the project Down to Earth from the beginning, since the concept paper that our colleague Isaiah sent to the Inter-Europe community, and also through the team of the University of Patras that initiated. And in those few years, we have done a very coordinated effort across those 6 regions that are participating. And I think it's important to observe how, let's say, environmental risk together with climate and demographic variables are affecting and are more intensely affecting the sustainability of regions and the management of risk and territorial governance systems that support or enable this transition and adaptation, or sometimes they obstruct or, let's say, work less effectively. So within this framework, in the first year of the program, we had an analysis of the environmental factors effect on the regions, which is a nice report, and we have also good infographics online that you can check on this from the ISOCARP Institute. And also the second year report that looked into approaches that can support young farmers and new entrants in rural areas. So it's like a second component of work. And now we are in the third year, where the final component of work is lessons learned to strengthen the role of agriculture and forest management in addressing climate change adaptation, and also to some level mitigation. I think the issues for myself, also as a citizen of coming from Western Greece, and also in Greece, it's highly significant, having seen also the presentations of this morning of how you are coping with the impact and threats of wildfires and so on. So we have to manage those risks, and within our project, I think we show the strength of regional adaptation potential, the significance of institutional and community work, together with the good use of political instruments and, let's say, the participation of community activation in dealing with these, let's say, risks. So I think this is one of the strengths of the project, and everybody, I would assume, agrees that we would need to find ways to move forward and keep this partnership strong also in the future. So we'll have in the course of the couple of days opportunities to discuss how we can move forward with this. I think I can quickly go through the slides of the third report so that you get an idea. But the full reports are always available online, so there's good material there, and let's say tables and the analysis. So the significance of climate action, what we observed in, let's say, this year is, and also the project work, is that we're not talking about future risk, but very tangible structural, current, social and material pressures that are affecting livelihoods in rural Europe. We have agricultural activities and rural land management activities which are highly exposed, but at the same time they are very central to the process of adaptation and mitigation, and farmers are playing a key role in this. And more broadly, the agricultural, farming and rural economy communities play a key role also in the local governance of those efforts and the adaptation processes. We have on top of the actual activation or participation of farmers, we have a few other layers, like the governance layer, where we see, let's say, how this is translated via suitable institutional forms or different institutional forms that each of our, at least in our small, let's say, sample of the 6 regions, we witness different adaptation processes or frameworks and different levels of capacity in key areas. So given the diverse context of each region, the project gives us a very good glimpse of how regions are test beds of actual activation and adaptation on the issue of climate risk, and also managing depopulation challenges wherever they exist, because they don't exist throughout the members of the consortium, but some regions have specific pressures. And so we have this territorial differentiation. There's not one-size-fits-all logic on climate adaptation, but different frameworks that each region is developing. And we see some frameworks that are actively developed, and they are a good fit for the region. So we'll explain later, and also my colleague Fran will give you an explanation of this. And also we have strongly featuring capacity and participation issues so that we get the people on board, or like we have local leadership and ownership of the issues of adaptation and mitigation to those challenges. Now, the conceptual, I don't want to bother you with too much detail because all the material is online, but we decided to go for a conceptual focus that starts from the hazard profiles that the region declared through the project. And initially there were fire hazards, drought, floods, hydrological risks, that's it, landslides. And these were like the early prompt or catalysts that, let's say, triggers different institutional response or response with relation to the policy instrument. And that is the particular tool, policy tool with public funding that tries to address this particular policy priority. And within this overall picture, we also see divergence of arrangement. While the overall EU framework is given for most of the regions, we see divergence and different approaches that are more fitting to the regional situation. So what we notice is a logic that we need to shift from, let's say, a blanket approach to specific approaches that fit the systemic issues that are pertinent to each region, but also a layer where, you know, these issues translate as impact in the European level. So I think we will need to move our approach to a multi-hazard integrated system where we look at the environment, the actors, the instruments and the tools, as well as the governance systems, and very specific to our case, the learning processes and how we can, let's say, catalyze or innovate with the policy instruments that we got and the new policy instruments that are coming up. So I think this is very important, critical for, let's say, having the right policy approaches and interventions to deal with the actual issues. Now, some words on the EU policy work that the regional reports are showcasing. So we have lots of EU frameworks, like we have been looking at the common agricultural policy measures from 2023 to 2027, the strategy for adaptation to climate change, the EU Green Deal, the biodiversity strategy, the soil strategy, the regulation on land use, the Commission's long-term vision for rural areas, the EU strategy for generational renewal in agriculture. These are reflected in the reports to varying degrees among the regions. So we have sort of scored them inside the reports. Now, of course, all these regulations or frameworks that stem from the European level, they are an enabling baseline of the region, but for each region. But we see the variation in the way that each region approaches the issue. That's normal, and I think it should also be desirable. Sometimes we have legal frameworks that are more binding. I think this is the case of Galicia with the rural revitalization law and strategy for Galicia. More spatial planning integration. We see a wonderful example from the region of Neckar-Alb in Germany with the plan there. We have also advisory and supportive capacity. For instance, in Slovenia, we have very good support to farmers there and so on. And also systems for evaluation, policy learning, and feedback on how these mechanisms deliver and how they could be improved. So we have, I suppose, a situation where some of the regions are more closely oriented to working with a binding legal framework or a stronger legal framework, because there's also the issue of, let's say, having more powers or, let's say, competence to do that, depending also on the institutional system of its country, the political system. and also regions that work more with, let's say, programmatic processes or through funding or goals determined in key intervals. So I'm more related and tied to funding of that stream. So there is this separation. We'll try to work on it conceptually and see where it leads us in the final case. This is what this slide tries to explain, is that we have like approaches of binding, let's say, strategic texts within the region, that the region sets out a goal and then pursues it. And then we have also the more program-led situation, like, for instance, the case in Western Greece. We have the operational program of Western Greece that has a very strong strategic axis on climate change adaptation. And then there is also, this framework has to work together with another program-led initiative, which comes from the Common Agricultural Policy, the National Plan for Rural Development. And this is an issue that creates, let's say, approaches to dealing with the issue, but also creates coordination problems that need to be dealt with. So, anyway, this is a glimpse of the prevailing hazards that each of the region presented as being the most significant in the focus year 3. For instance, in Romania, we have the agrometeorological drought, and this was expertly presented by our colleagues there in the Romanian Meteorological Institute. In Gorenska, we have issues of flooding as well, and biodiversity loss, the maintenance of alpine pasture lands. We went there, we discussed with people. I think it's a highly significant case of how landscapes are shifting. The presence of people on the land affects how the landscapes are kept, and then let's say we have also institutional responses like new legislation introduced to deal with that risk. So we are in an ongoing process of where the state of Slovenia and local governments and the communities are trying to adapt to a situation by using all the tools available to them. Now, in Western Greece, of course, we have the huge challenge of forest fires again this year. We also have the other risks, but forest fires were very intense around, let's say, the province of Achaia, Patra area, and so on. And we are in need for more adaptive frameworks to, let's say, put land in a good maintenance situation, preventive measures, and so on. In Campobasso, we had the chance also through the study visits before to see the efforts they are doing, especially in the area of civil protection, on managing landslides, monitoring and warning systems, and also the work they put on the local action groups, which are very intensely working on the issue with local communities, representatives, and farmers and youth to, let's say, to present interventions that are suitable to place management and also reduction of risks to depopulation and also improve local livelihoods. Now, in the Neckar-Alb region, we did have the flood risk, which is well addressed within their own framework. Now, this is the SWOT analysis report from across the regions. I don't know if you can, unfortunately, it's small letters, but you know, that's key observation. We followed the methodology where we scored, we filtered each of the responses from the individual regional report, and then we went to, let's say, 20 categories of interventions that sort of, that are mapped based on the regional results. For instance, just to give you one of the strengths that the regions reported, there is the rising climate risk awareness. Now, as you can see, because of the events, because of, let's say, the policy significance, and also people feeling that I think in this period we have more awareness, and this is reported from across the region. And just to give you one opportunity is the acceleration of smart technological practices that we witness from across the consortium. The weakness, of course, it has been reported very strongly that demographic decline, aging, and let's say youth issues are of critical importance. Youth engagement is of critical importance and so on, and as well as farm structure, the regional economy structure and so on. And of course we face threats like the escalation of climate extremes, the impacts of wildfire, and then the policy framework, which is always, let's say, an area that needs constant attention and development. I think the pointer doesn't work. Anyway, so to sum up, we don't face an issue where we lack strategies or funding. They're both in place, maybe not to the ideal degree, but we have bottlenecks that we need to work with, like we need more mediation between policy farmers. This is an issue that, for instance, in our home context was heavily politicized in the previous months because of farmer protests and so on. But also we see sometimes in the effectiveness of how the landscapes and rural environments are maintained that this link doesn't work very well. So you need to do, let's say, evaluation and focused intervention on bringing this together. And I think, for instance, in our home context, the advisory systems could work much more effectively, at least. And I think there's also the issue of territorial coordination at all levels, like between adjacent territories, within territory, and in different scales. So it is something also to look at. Now, if we lack these elements, we see that the responsibility for adaptation is pushed to the local population. So you are there on your own to, let's say, develop your adaptation response, which is not ideal, and is not what happens all the time, because we have policy tools, interventions, mechanisms, and so on. But sometimes when they fail, then people are on their own. So we are here to prevent this from happening and empower proper responses at local and regional level. So that's all from me. Over to my colleague. I hope I didn't take too much time. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Konstantinos.
Sí, escoítase ben. Ben.
Yes, I don't know if you can hear me okay. Yes, good morning. I'd like to thank you for your attention, and I'd like to thank Konstantinos for his presentation. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to follow a structure that's similar to the one given in the report. Konstantinos has presented to us the sort of framework, the context at a regional level, and what I'm going to do now is I'm going to analyze good practices, the lessons we can learn from this analysis, and then later on the proposals for improvement given by each of the regions for the report. I'm not going to present the good practices themselves because we're going to have a panel about that later on. What I'm going to do is a sort of cross-sectional reading or interpretation of what we've obtained from, well, the different proposals submitted by each of the regions. So, item number 1, I think it's important to analyze what a good practice is within the down-to-earth context. A good practice could be any intervention policy with a positive result that's measurable as well. It's not enough with having a research project that cannot be implemented. We need to have results on the territory with practices that have been validated. We need practices that are transferable as well. We can't have simply gold standards or just a project that cannot be replicated in a different context or condition. It's also important that those practices play a significant role, not only in terms of their impact at local level, but also in terms of having an impact on the framework they are part of, having an influence of the public policies they are interacting with. They need to be able to answer the demands of, for example, the media. What was done, which was done, when, how, what's the purpose, and so on. This is a summary of some of the good practices analyzed in this GR3. And as I was saying before, within the Interreg framework, a good practice is not an isolated project. It needs to be an implemented experience that contributes to improving policies, and it also needs to have that collaboration with the public administrations. In the specific case of our project, Down to Earth, apart from that, good practices are also interpreted as sort of territorial or spatial responses to the risks presented before this morning. So they have to be the protagonists of those good practices, the cases presented. For example, what are the challenges here? Well, the main challenges are to meet the common denominator amongst different proposals from different and differing regions, as Konstantinos was presenting to us. So the challenge here was, as I said, to find in a methodology, a method for analysis that allows us to aggregate things, to find something that's homogeneous and specific behaviors that are applicable for each territory. It's not a question of geographical determinism, so to speak, in terms of justifying everything because, well, simply because we're different regions. No, we want to achieve something different. We need an analysis model that allows us to see what, from which point we're equal and what we have to do differently. So the model discussed is based on these 6 issues you see in the slide with a sort of twofold objective. We need to think about the direct impact that this good practice has on the territory itself on the one hand, and also we need to understand its strategic value to improve public policy implementation. Each region obviously submitted some good practices, 2 to 4. That means that we have a good number of practices that we can analyze. And what we're interested in now is to analyze that sort of twofold impact that I was mentioning before. As for territorial challenge, for example, what we analyze is things like the risk we're tackling from the viewpoint of intervention, whether it is operational or not, the mechanisms used to tackle or to do something about that risk, what kind of mechanisms are used. I'll later on explain this in more detail. This needs to be not disaggregated but handled differently. How we can implement mechanisms, both in terms of our own public policies and at EU level, and what's the strategic relevance for the future of any proposal so that it can be replicated and implemented. We cannot have a success case here. That's not going to be positive if we cannot, replicate it somewhere else. Very important as well, we're not focusing on this from a technical perspective. We're not judging those practices from a technical perspective. We understand that they are good practices because they were chosen by the partners in each member state. So if they have been chosen, they are fine. But we're not going to analyze their technical trajectory, so to speak. We're not going to analyze legal issues as well behind that. We understand that they meet the challenges and the requests we made from them. So anyway, with this, or the idea of these good practices is to find what belongs to all of us, to which point we are similar, to which point we are different, how we can implement similar solutions even though we may be different, and how we can have a sort of baseline with this so that we can identify similar SWOTs, and also to find some levers to be able to actually advance and make good progress. So very briefly, just to summarize, these are the patterns we've encountered. Patterns understood as sort of behavioral patterns that we frequently observed in national and regional reports. So you can see a summary in the slide of what patterns we've detected. And so very briefly, obviously the report we produced was a report, that was meant to be an in-depth report. Still, we didn't want it to be as dense as in previous years. I hope we've achieved it. It's a long document anyway, but I'm going to try and summarize what the patterns are with just this slide, what these sort of behavioral groups encountered in the 6 regions are. So these are the following. Hybrid innovation. We always have to work based on some strategic lines that have to answer a sort of threefold sustainability pattern. We need an environmental, a social, and an economic sustainability. The best, most efficient practices we've encountered bring together technology, territorial sustainability, governance. We're working with territories, with productive sectors, but with people, with human beings as well. So if any of these vectors is missing, we can't have a positive interaction. Risk as a driver is a second pattern. Unfortunately, we are facing these climate hazards, and sometimes they are sort of the main trigger of any response. And here we can speak of wildfires, droughts, floods, some of them together whatsoever. Climate change is not a sort of accessory element. It's not a complement to the strategy, but the core of the strategy. This is a point in history where climate change has already reached us. It's not something we're foreseeing for the future. It needs to be placed at the core of any suggested intervention. We also have another pattern, that advisory gap, those gaps in terms of counseling and advice. All regions require stronger AKIS structures with technical advisory services and so on. We need to improve our coordination in terms of training and administrative support. Sometimes we do have that, but we lack coordination. So if we want to scale up these innovation cases, not to feel at the level of just a story or an anecdote, we need to actually achieve a better coordination in terms of advice. We've also detected a high dependence on public funding. Well, we believe in public-private partnership and collaboration. That can be the main driver of any process, but then we have to go far beyond that. And very frequently, we're limited to the funding available for a specific project, and then that comes to an end. In the Foundation, for example, we're trying to set the standards for the future so that this can continue through time and the results achieved in a project can continue afterwards. But frequently, this dependence on public funding means that some interesting lines of action are just parked aside. Then we were referring to something that's with us, climate change. Digitalization is also with us today. It's not just something accompanying projects, it's the baseline of many projects. So we need to work using digitalization as a sort of systemic component with these new ways of doing things, these new possibilities that digitalization offers to us. And then a final pattern, focusing on root causes. We need to look at structural causes, not simply look at the symptoms of whatever is happening. Here in Galicia, for example, and with regard to these wildfires we frequently suffer, well, with the way those wildfires have evolved, we've decided that we shouldn't simply look at that specific case of wildfire, but thinking about territorial gaps, abandonment, depopulation, and so on.
So these are some key lessons. This is a summary of this best practice analysis. Basically, a key idea. Territorial resilience does not depend on isolated good practices. It is positive to add on the best practices, but we have to go for structural issues to adjust to each territory, as I said, hybrid innovation, technological and socio-ecological and institutional, risk-based adaptation. Sometimes there is an urgency. It could be a driving engine that makes us make decisions and enabling capacities in the systems of agrarian innovation, digitalization. Without them, best practices would be just an anecdote. They would be appreciated, they would end up there. So, and this is a summary of the 4 complementary pathways. And in addition to best practices of each region would send the improvement proposals. Each region provides their own proposals, and they are structured recommendations derived from those prior reports oriented to strengthening those tools and the framework of the policies. The goal is quite clear: to improve their efficiency, consistency, and the ability of implementation in the territories. As we can see on this chart, the key idea is to assess the real feasibility of those proposals made by the partners, and to propose is something positive, but we have to implement those projects. So these are different matrices of impact. This is what we'd like it to happen, and what really happens, what would be desirable, and what is possible. And in this gray zone, we can find the intervention keys. And additionally, we also have to check the scenarios of progress or stagnation, the necessary levels of activation, for example, coordinated governance, innovation at scale, etc., and also the barriers, to be alert and try to overcome them, like the different implementation gaps, the population aspect, of course, or the fragmented actions in the working lines that we've chosen. Some conclusions and recommendations is the final part of the report. So after this compared analysis of the regions, we can conclude that the key is not to multiply the initiatives, but to strengthen the consistency of the existing ones. We have the tools, we have funds, we have the technical knowledge, and after this work we understand that the crucial would be to make the most of that. We don't have to pass new acts, so we can improve the existing ones or create some others that could be necessary, but probably to have more consistency in the existing ones, to make them more complementary. This would be key. In that sense, we struck some specific recommendations. The first one, for example, we need those strong European frameworks by means of actions and strategies. This does not mean we will have a direct impact. Sometimes our own policies are not totally adjusted to the European frameworks, or we don't make the most of them. In that sense, this is our recommendations. Well, each conclusion comes with one recommendation. It will be like a lever. So we should translate what the EU framework is providing to us in an operational work, and also the recognition of the local players, the farmers. Sometimes they can even have more knowledge than the knowledge the experts have, especially in Galicia. And from the beginning, we have to simplify the procedures in terms of the initiatives. We need to get the players, local players involved, and this is quite recurrent bureaucracy. Sometimes we believe that this only happens in Galicia, but we believe that we need to simplify procedures and to make them more understandable. Sometimes we don't have the tools to get to the people. It's not that they are not transferable. So we have to improve the communication with the final user of the rules. This would be necessary. And just to conclude, this ability of implementation, this is as crucial as funding. Sometimes we have the funds, sometimes they are not used because we don't have the capacity to use them. So the recommendation would be to improve the systems and the traceability of the funds with respect to those that have to use them. As we said in the presentation, good practices in and of themselves are nothing if you do not get any learning for the future, and if they are not at least mid-lived. And so this is an exercise that is good, but it doesn't have a real effect on the citizens and the territories, and sometimes there is a lack of integration of the climate risks in the territorial planning. So from now on, we cannot consider that as a complement. It should be crucial in everything we do and plan. And this is a final thought. We have to anticipate, and we don't have to be reactive. We can build scenarios. We have fantastic technicians and researchers that allow us to build scenarios that will allow us to implement measures before things happen. And just to conclude, I'd like to thank Konstantinos for his presentation and all the work he did for the past months. I'd also like to thank all the partners for their contributions with their report and feedback, and of course, the Juana de Vega Foundation team. This is it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Frank. We're running some delay. So if there are any questions, any urgent questions, but if there are no questions, I'd just like to thank Frank and Konstantinos for their presentations. They made this effort to summarize a report that, well, as Frank said, we try to make it more and more synthetic, but we did not succeed. But I think we have a lot to say. I think this is the justification. Thank you to both speakers for their attempt to summarize all the content in this presentation. And if you will, we can start with the next discussion panel. Thank you.
Vamos chamar xa, you can come in. A seguinte mesa.
The next roundtable is the table in which we will introduce the best practices that have been identified in the different European regions, and this is going to be in English. I'm telling you this because if you want to use the headset for the interpretation. You can get those now.
Okay, so as I was saying, let me now switch to English because we have here the pleasure to host our partners in the Down to Earth project. They are coming from the 6 regions that participate in this project. And today what we want to do here now is to present some of these good practices. Of course, as Fran said, we cannot present them all the good practices that have been analyzed and studied in this for the preparation of this report, but we wanted to give you a hint of some of those that we have selected as most representative to understand a bit what we understand as a good practice and to get some inspiration from other parts of the world that may be different. Of course, each of the regions has its specificities, but we all share some common challenges and for sure can be, we can extract some learnings from the experience of other partners. So let us begin first with an example that focuses on support to small farms as a way to foster rural resilience. And for that, I would like to invite Daniel Alexandru from the National Meteorological Administration of Romania to present the Romanian experience, which is the sub-measure 6.3 and the support for the development of small farmers. Daniel, you have the, yes, indeed. The floor is yours.
Okay, so hello everybody. Thank you again for this study visit organized by our lead partner together with Juana Vega agency. Of course, this is one of the good practice which Meteo Romania provided for and into the scope of the project related on how the national or regional or local authorities are dealing with the good practice that could convince the especially young people or the people in the rural area to get motivated to continue to do agriculture in these areas. So this is one of the sub-measures 6.3, which is promoted by one of our main stakeholders, National Agency of Investments in Romania, which belongs to Minister of Agriculture. The context and the challenge for this activity is that to support the modernization of the farm as, let's say, continuous measures to other, let's say, stimulative measures that this agency made for the farmers in order to provide the sustainability of the farm by give them the opportunity to acquire, let's say, tools or machineries or other, let's say, products that could use continuously in practicing agriculture in these areas. This measure, as I said, was sustained by the Rural Investments Financing Agency, of course, with the European, by the European program funds. This is a non-refundable public support for the farmers in the rural areas, which is given for the maximum 3 years. 75% of this amount for supporting this kind of investments in agriculture in rural areas is fixed, non-reimbursable from around 50,000 euros per farm, and the other 25% after the measure, this kind of measure was implemented into the farm. So this program was developed and let's say implemented between 2015 until 3 years ago, 2023. The total allocation for the farmers farmers was around 330 million euros. They were applying 25,000 farmers, and around 80,000 projects was approved. So the rate of success was around 75%. So the total contracted awarded for these farmers was around 270 million euros. Beneficiary, as I said, was the farmers, and of course the agricultural holding classified as a small farm. Of course, for the main benefits is to benefit the financial support for the modernization of the farm, which are giving a strength of the economic viability of that farm. The results or the key message from this good practice applied in Romania at the national level is that help, let's say, good, let's say, support for the small farmer to develop continuously after the other programs which were developed or implemented by the National Agency of Investments in Agriculture. And as the results like transferability for, let's say, other the country was that are in this consortium, is that this kind of measures could be replied in other countries, of course, according to the regulation or the legislation which could be adapted to this kind of measures and in the countries like this. I try to be short. You know, I talk a lot usually, but I try to make it short. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. You did indeed keep it very, very short, and we really, really appreciate it. So you can take a seat, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. We can jump next to the next country. We are going now to Germany, where they have a different context, where spatial planning and legally binding instruments play a key role in keeping and protecting this agricultural land. So now I would like to invite our colleagues, Alexander Neuberger, sorry for the pronunciation of the German surnames, from the Regional Association Neckar-Alb in Germany, as I was saying, and he will present the good practice on priority areas for agriculture in regional planning. So, Alex, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Tanya. Yes, my name is Alexander Neuberger. I'm coming from the Regional Association Neckar-Alb, and it's a pleasure for me to present one of the good practices to you today. Let me also thank you very much for this conference and also for organizing the study visit. Maybe I give you first some general information about a good practice. Regarding the approach, the good practice refers to planning specifications that are set out in the regional plan Neckar-Alb. The major objectives of the good practice are to provide a legally binding planning instrument to protect agricultural areas in our region. The overall objective is to safeguard the territorial base that is required for resilient and sustainable agriculture, and in this regard, the good practice intends to preserve high-quality soils, but also seeks to minimize land use conflicts and seeks to ensure sustainable spatial development in our region. With regard to the geographical scope, the good practice refers to our region, which is located in the southwestern part of Germany and which comprises the three districts of Reutlingen, Tübingen and Zollernalb. The good practice addresses a specific problem, and the major problem is that there has been a decline of agricultural land in our region in the last decades. The proportion of transport and settlement areas has fallen from agricultural areas has fallen from 47.8% in 2000 to 45.2% in 2018. so that agricultural land is threatened by competing land use claims, for example, for settlement expansion, but also for infrastructure projects or for ecological compensation measures. And this has actually led to a loss of agricultural land. To counteract this, this loss, some planning specifications have been included in the regional plan Neckar-Alb. In this context, it's important to know that the regional plan Neckar-Alb is the central planning instrument of our region, defining binding guidelines for the development of settlements, open spaces, and for infrastructure. Implementation took place when the new regional plan Neckar-Alb was set up in 2013. There, a chapter on the protection of agricultural areas was integrated into the plan, which was named Areas for Agriculture, or in German Gebiete für Landwirtschaft. The chapter includes several planning specifications, for example, principles and objectives that serve for the protection of agricultural areas. And the chapter also designates priority areas of agriculture. You can see them. These are the yellow areas on the map on the right-hand side. These areas are primarily intended for agricultural use and actually are to be protected from any kind of competing land use claims. In practice, the regional plan is defining the spatial requirements for the regional scale and forms the framework within which land use plans and development plans are to be designed at a municipal level. This means that regional construction and settlement projects must actually comply with the regional plan. And if there is a conflict, the conflict has to be discussed with the regional planning authority, and it can actually occur that some kind of modifications have to be made with construction projects or with settlement projects. Okay, let me come to the results and the key messages. The main results are that the stipulations that are made in the regional plan Neckar-Alb have actually proven their worth in protecting agricultural production areas. And the planning specifications have actively safeguarded high-quality arable land and grassland areas from further settlement expansion, infrastructure development, and raw material extraction. So it was really, we can say it is a successful approach in our region. And another point is that the approach has helped to secure agricultural land as the territorial basis for resilient agriculture, thereby also addressing environmental protection and climate adaptation measures. I also have put together the key takeaway messages that might be useful for other European countries and territories. Here I have 3 points. The first is that regional planning can safeguard agricultural land and support farmers in their efforts for climate adaptation and environmental risk prevention. The second is that a good practice provides farmers with a stable, secure, and with sustainable production conditions. This is very important because it provides the farmers with a long-term planning perspective. And the last point is that a good practice has successfully contributed to sustainable spatial development in our region. It has helped to organize how the agricultural land and the land in general is used. And in that way, it also had an impact on the sustainability of our region. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alexander. So we jump now from Germany back to Galicia, and we also change a bit the subsector. So from 2 previous agricultural related measures, we are going to now focus on the forestry sector. And also on how collaborative governance and fire resilient territories can, work in a context strongly affected by fire. So I would like to invite now my colleague from the Fundación Juana de Vega, Beatriz Suárez, and she will present our experience with the project CAPRIF.
Sorry, because I'm going to present in Spanish. If it's not a problem sorry for my colleagues. I don't know if you have the translation close to. Okay, sorry. Bueno, el proyecto CAPRIF.
Project CAPRIF that ended by the end of 2025 accounts for this acronym: Active Communities and Resilient Landscape versus Forest Fires and Climate Change. And this is highly related to this project, Down to Earth. The challenges are shared with the challenges that Down to Earth desires to interpret. So in the CAPRIF project, we have selected 5 areas that we call living labs, innovation labs, that are divided into 2 regions of Galicia and its neighboring region, Asturias. And those challenges have to do with a lack of effective management of the shrublands and forests. Usually they are abandoned, and they're not used for forest production, mainly timber production, but they're not totally used, and this generates imbalances in the ecosystem and a degradation of biodiversity and the rest of ecosystem services associated to these areas. In the project, we chose 5 territories that had a high occurrence of fires. They had suffered several forest fires between 2022 and 2023, and while we were working on the project last summer, 2025, the central area also had big fires, so we had to modify some of the planned actions. With all of these challenges ahead, in addition to this challenge of low population density in very rural areas, we had 5 partners on the project led by this foundation. So we decided to do this co-creation process within these living labs to promote a roadmap based on multifunctional management innovative initiatives. In that sense, we wanted to look for other alternatives apart from the timber production, also to create jobs and to foster the local economy. Within the project, even though it was only 2 years old, we developed many different activities. On the one hand, Fran has talked about that. He was an active participant in the co-governance stage. He was very important in the whole process. In 2024, we developed a process of co-creation in each living lab, and by means of 3 participatory sessions and getting different stakeholders involved, stakeholders that had something to say about the future of the forest, we established a roadmap for the forest of the future. So companies of forest management, public administrations, territory managers, ecotourism companies were involved, and with the participation of all the entities and typologies, we defined a roadmap with over 200 proposals. And for one of the lands, we also collected some collective proposals that met challenges shared by all the communal communities. A total of 54 communal organizations participated. And we also had some training sessions and study visits, so they could inspire other territories and to get some training and to be able to define this roadmap for the future. And now all these communities have access to that, as well as the entities that participated in the project, to keep on giving our support. The project had a small fund. It was funded by Next Generation Funds by means of the Biodiversidad Foundation. And so we had some funds to do some pilot projects in the fields. This is an example of Roshan in Lousame, in Barbanza. And we changed the management in one of the shrubland. there used to be pines and eucalyptus, and we transfer that into a more protective vegetation. In the case of Asturias, in Valdez, there was a big fire in 2023, so we worked to establish fire breaks and to eliminate invasive species in this urban forestry border. And these initiatives allowed us to set up a forestry group for collective management. In this case, in Branon, the owners were owners of small plots, and they grouped themselves together to manage this forest association. And this emerged after this co-creation process. And they became more aware because they had this big fire, and their houses and populations were endangered. And in the central area, there were also fires in 2025, so we had to rethink our interventions, and we had to focus on a post-fire intervention. These are some examples. This is an example of good practice in our project. So we took stock of the green economy tools we had to strengthen resilience. So included a program of support to companies and entrepreneurs that developed actions that had to do with this multifunctional management to make a territory more resilient, like beekeeping, the herbs, or extensive grazing, or even more sustainable environmental consultancy bodies. And during the co-creation stage, there were some initiatives, but that don't have an entrepreneur behind. But thanks to that, we developed 5 feasibility studies, technical studies. We assessed the financial feasibility and the development of the different crops like olive trees, extensive grazing, leafy species, or the growing of chestnuts and mushrooms. We also included ecotourism because we believe this is an activity that can keep an area alive and resilient, and it will be linked to the rural areas. We cannot forget that within the framework of this multifunctionality of the possibilities of the green economy offered by the forests. And just to conclude, I'd like to highlight this best practice. Within the framework of the project, we provided the certification of the ecosystem services. So we use the FSC certification in 13 areas with high environmental values. We have advanced in this process of certification. In one of them, we believe that in the future there will be more possibilities to reach more agreements, but we got a partnership with a company, and they provide some funds to give support to the development of the actions within this forestry certification. So we are providing a value and a financial performance for one of the areas that participate in the project. And we also approached the big companies to check their sensitivity in terms of the preservation and support for this kind of projects. And we have obtained 3 partnership or patronage agreements with companies. Thanks to that, there will be continuity for this project, and this meets the collective needs that we identified in the territory. And the most interesting for these companies would be extensive grazing and fire prevention. And from what we experienced last summer, 2025, this has raised the awareness. And just to conclude, what are the main results and the potential of transfer for this project? Well, this is super important, this collaborative governance, to get the stakeholders involved in the projects, to make a transfer of best practices by means of the structure that we have created of preserved areas, to use the tool of custody of the land as a model to accompany the communal land associations in the process, because sometimes they have difficulties to access entities like ours. So we provide advice and to work in all the process of regularization and grouping of the property in those cases where it's necessary, and to accompany the entrepreneurs. This process of accompaniment along the pathway of the entrepreneur is really important to consolidate these activities. That way the territories will be more resilient in the future. And as regards funding, we saw that it is possible to get the funding of the multifunctional management with resilience, with the support of the local companies and also with the support of public funding, the patronage of big companies. We believe that this is a very interesting opportunity right now, and by means of the payment for ecosystem services. This is just starting in the EU policies and also in the national and regional policies. And we believe it's here to stay, not only in the field of CO2, but also in the field of biodiversity preservation. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Beatriz. So we turn now to Western Greece, back to our colleague Konstantinos, that you already know. And in Western Greece is a Mediterranean region that is facing multiple and overlapping climate risks. So Konstantinos will try to explain to us how they are working to translate this climate risk into knowledge and coordinated territorial action. So thank you very much, Konstantinos. The floor is yours now.
Just let me tidy up a little here.
Sure, take your time.
Anyway, I leave it here so we save time. Anyway, yeah, like Tanya said, Western Greece is very Mediterranean. We have, we have the northern part of the Peloponnese, which is the biggest peninsula in the south of Greece, and a sizable part of the continental Greece, let's say the Tolokarnania province, which is also big. Now, within the area, we have very variable landscapes. So we have seaside areas, forested areas, pine forests, like I saw this morning that Galicia has plenty of. And also in mountain areas, we have fair forests, higher altitude forests, and so on, and also urban areas. We have all these sort of challenges that, let's say, manifest in agroforestry contexts. Now, I have to say that agroforestry is not the strongest point, and there's no, let's say, specific agroforestry framework that was very obvious in the previous period. Now, they are shifting to, let's say, moving into that area now, and there have been initiatives. So I will briefly reflect on a few of those. Precisely like forestry work is per the Greek constitution, forestry and forest management and the agencies for forest management are run at the central level. So we have this juncture there that forest services are decentralized agencies of the national state. This creates a bit of a problem because you have to get them on board for local action, and what we see now is that the government is trying to reevaluate this framework. They have a new policy concept they call the active battle, and it's a new framework. I mean, while you might not agree with, let's say, the military logic of having a battle, it in fact may be beneficial to look at it from a perspective of having to fight with specific conditions at ground level. So you need to bring together the fire service, local government, civil protection agencies, as well as the forestry departments and rural development in order to create long-term risk reduction and adaptation. So we'll see how this goes. It's an ongoing process and so on. Now, the good practices, we have one, let's say this is countrywide initiative. It was called the Anti-Nero Action. And Nero is the emperor of Rome that supposedly was starting to burn Rome or something like this. He was much better to Greece because he started the Corinth Canal and he took part in the Olympic Games. So maybe the pun there, the Ministry of Environment was very harsh on Nero. Anyway, we'll discuss about the Olympic connection later. Now, there's this framework that uses money from the Recovery and Resilience Facility to do, let's say, proactive fuel management, fire breaks, infrastructure in forest areas, especially in areas that need to be protected and have like critical interface with infrastructures or key sites and so on. We have had an implementation site in Western Greece near the ancient site of Olympia, I was telling you. The site of Olympia was attacked by wildfires back in 2007. It is in a recovery process because they tried many attempts to protect the, let's say, the Cronian hill, to revegetate it with forests and restore the, let's say, the outlook of the area, the landscape. And the process is still ongoing. And we also have a couple of other municipalities that took part in it. Now, there are mixed lessons. Sometimes it works, but because it relies on, let's say, more forceful interventions with infrastructure, it has to be evaluated. So it's with a bit of a, let's say, question mark that I'm putting it. They are actively looking into ways to, let's say, diversifying and including more proactive measures. Now, there was a national project as well through the CAP network for Greece. It was called Pre-Con Agri, that focused on climate adaptation through precision agriculture, through shifting crop use in agricultural plots to increase resilience to drought. So this was also an interesting, although a pilot scale project. And I also added part of the effort of local governments in Western Greece, because we have an ongoing challenge because of the fair forest issues with dieback. The forests are drying due to climate stressors, conditions that are not very favorable to, let's say, fair for the abies species there. And we have, in this particular map on the right, you see an area near the area of Calabria where we have pockets of forest that are more seriously affected. And the local government devised the plan to bring agents and actors together, and has been promoting the issue through scientific panels and so on to evaluate proper interventions in early warning, monitoring, management, and let's say best approaches to dealing with areas that are severely affected. Because as you understand, when you lose the forest cover, you have effects that are, let's say, cumulative. And then, since this is in the uplands, then also the lower elevation areas are affected, the riverine the streams then. So the key message here, I think, is climate adaptation is more effective when we have the operational measures in place also at the ground level. So we can have grant schemes nationally, but I think we need to work more on the participation at local level, the preemptive management, and let's say funding instruments and solutions that are better adapted to the needs on the ground. Now, I could take more time to tell you about drought risk and water management efforts, but they are in the last year's report. So I think if you want to see, because we have also other challenges, but I think just to give you a short idea, and if you have any questions, we're happy to discuss.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Konstantinos. We'll try to have a very quick round of questions, if there's any, at the end of the presentations. So we move now to Italy.
Okay.
So we would like to invite our colleague Roberto D'Amico, who comes representing the municipality of Campobasso, where they face mainly, well, their focus is on hydrological risks and landslides, and on integrated territorial strategies to protect rural communities. So please, Roberto, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you, Tanya. First of all, thanks a lot for your warm welcome. And it's a great pleasure for me to be here. I'm here together with Sabrina on behalf of the municipality of Campobasso. So what I would like to present to you today, as we are short in time, I promise to be fast and hope to be clear. What I'm going to present is just a measure in the framework of our regional development plan that was the previous one, but has been also replicated in the actual regional plan. As you can see from the slide, we are one of the smallest regions in Italy, and as has been well noticed by Professor Ruben, we are one of the most affected regions by the population and also by the risk. We are very aged population, except Sabrina, of course, but in terms of we are aged, we can say this, of course. So we had a lot of, we have to struggle a lot in order to mitigate this challenge. What I'm going to present is just a good practice related to support the agricultural and how to manage the practices in order to reduce the risk of hydrological instability. This is one of the main problems of our region. Through this measure, the farmers who adopt more soil and environmental friendly solution can receive money from our regional government. The main objectives of this is that of improving the stability of agricultural soils in order to reduce the erosion, especially in the hilly and the mountains areas. We have just 30 kilometers of coast, but the rest of our region is hilly and mountain. So it is very important. As you can imagine, we had a lot of problems in terms of risk and hydrological risk. This measure also contributed to the mitigation of the landslide risk related, of course, to the degradation caused by the unsustainable agricultural practices. Another aim was that of safeguarding the quality of surface and the groundwater by reducing the sediment carryover. And also, with this measure, the aim was that of maintaining and increasing also the biodiversity. So it's a very cross-sectoral measure. And of course, one of the cause of this problem was that of the abandonment of the traditional agricultural practices and the loss of vegetation cover increased this vulnerability of slopes, as you can imagine. So we can say that this kind of approach could be considered as an integrated approach because the measure not only affects the infrastructure, but is also integrated with the impact on agricultural, cultural, and also environmental aspects. Also through this measure, we would like to, or the government would like to change the production of the practice. We would like to raise the awareness among the farmers and also to maintain the landscapes that also act as a soil stabilization network. The beneficiaries of this measure, of course, are that farmers in our region, but that operates also, especially in hilly areas, mountain areas, and also in agricultural areas. Also the local communities and local ecosystems thanks to the improved vegetation cover and biodiversity. Of course, this could be tasted and seen as a success by the improvement in soil conservation, by the reduction of the degradation and of the abandoned agricultural areas through this kind of incentives, of course, and also an increased awareness among farmers about the need to keep more sustainable practice. This is one aspects that require a lot of time to discuss about, but as you can imagine, this is one of the main key points in order to struggle also sometimes with farmers, because it's not easy to say them that they have to change their behavior, their techniques, because, you know, the answer is always the same. We are doing this from 100 years, why we have to change? So this is our struggle, and we are doing also this with our local action group, in order to raise this awareness, but I can say to you that it's not easy. It's not an easy process. Of course, this kind of measure could have a very potential in terms of transferability, because this model is well transferable also to the other European countries. As stated before by the professor, there are a lot of regions with the same structure of our region, so it could be also duplicated in other countries. Of course, we need farmers that have the willing to change this kind of practices, and also we have to find also some administration with the capacity and in terms also with financial capacity, of course, to support these measures. So the key elements for the transfers could be considered that please first define a clear and verifiable criteria for sustainable practices, ensure an adequate economic incentives for farmers, and also setting up, of course, a monitoring and a control system. So, as promised, I just finished. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Roberto. Thank you for being so brief. So the next, we close now this round of presentations going to the beautiful region of Gorenska. So we have here our colleague Helena, who comes representing the regional association BSC Crunch, and she would explain to us how they are facing their biggest challenge at the moment, which is the major flood events that they are suffering, and how they, so she will explain the Slovenian experience on post-flood measures and recovery policies. So thank you, Helena.
Thank you very much. I'm really glad to be here, and thank you for organizing this beautiful event and also site visit. Now, from our side, just very shortly, just I wanted to show you two pictures, because I have seen in some countries also, when we were in Germany, the same. Here in Spain, I have seen a lot of misery, a lot of things that happened that we didn't expect, never. And also in our case, it was the same. So these are only the pictures that I wanted to show them. They are perhaps a little bit of a lowland, but mostly what happened to us in 2023 was in reality the floods affected the areas that usually were never affected. Mountain areas, hilly areas, with mostly sustainable farming and small settlements. And people that are very resilient and not used that somebody help. And what is also there is mostly that they have sustainable farming. But what happened is also that the water comes down from the forest and simply destroy with the landslides, destroy the forest, destroy the farms, destroy the houses. This is what is happening. And this is totally unpredictable. And what I want to say is, regardless if you have very good national plans, all of a sudden, the climate change kick on the door. And this is what happened. And I do not want to go because in your regions, which are bigger, the effects and the money that is there and the damage that is there, it's tremendous, even more than with us. No? But what is the most essential, beside the measures that was there for farmers, I wanted to say that the most important is that people and institutions come together. And in our case also, the European Solidarity Fund came very quickly, and also a lot of support from other countries to manage this thing that happened. No? But you can use then and look at this, what happened on the national level and so on. But perhaps I want just to say that a lot of help was given also to the local communities to manage the situation. And also that the feeling that nobody was alone, also the farmers. No? And what I want to say just shortly, because we do not have a lot of time, is what was there for farmers. Tax relief, of course, they could ask for subvention for this damage that happened, and also in the field of loans, so that the loans could be postponed. And of course, there was certain measures only for those affected by the flood. But the most important is also that after that, which is not on this slide, happened that also the support for smaller farmers through agriculture fund and fishery was somehow easier. And this is what I also wanted to say. But at the end, because there was a lot of things and a lot of results. But of course, the most important is that we put in the force on the national level the 5-year recovery program. And of course, what I said in between a little bit. Also for Slovenia, this was a turning point. Because we were looking at the climate change. It was there. But never expected in the areas that were affected. And not only the floods, the landslides, and also the other things that are happening also in the forests. We have a lot of pests. Also in the farmland, we see that for sure certain crops need to be changed. A lot of things are happening that were not there before. No? So I think that what we have seen also here is that, as I said before, institutions, regardless where they stand on the national or local level, and companies that are there, and also the individuals and farmers have to step up forward and work together. Although this affects not only the ordinary lives, it affects the everyday life of every individual that is affected. No? And that's why it is important that also what the colleague said before, and it is not written in my presentation, the planning processes have shown that in years before, some land was used for housing that has to be left alone. That's all. And also for unforeseen landslides, usually there is no remedy. But of course, then the farmers have to see, because there is not a lot of land that could be used from other sources, simply it is limited. And therefore also I very much appreciate what also the colleague from Germany said, that farmland has to be protected. And the climate measures have to be put in force, although it has a long term, it's a long process. Thank you, no? Because I don't want to be too long. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Helena. And now we have some, a couple of minutes. If you have any quick questions in the room. I don't see any hand raised. Let me just double check. There's no question online. No questions online. So thank you very much to all our 6 speakers. And we can conclude here this last roundtable session of the day. Thank you. You can now sit. Ahora vamos a continuar. Xa para pechar esta sesión, vou cambiar o galego.
And just to close this session, I'm going to change to Galician very quickly. Before I give the floor to the chair of our foundation, Enrique Saez, who's going to address some final closing remarks to us, before giving him the floor, I wanted to very quickly make some quick conclusions and also express our gratitude to some of the, I'd like to thank all of you in the audience, those of you participating in the event, those both here, face-to-face, and online as well. So thank you for being with us. We hope that this event, where we've tried to somehow address and tackle issues about depopulation, climate change, how they are affecting the main challenges affecting our rural world. We've been able to describe, well, new ideas that may be implemented in the future. So I'd like to thank all of you, also the speakers, those, taking the floor in this event, the keynote speeches at the beginning that allowed us to set up the context for what we wanted to deal with today. But all of you as well, we understand that this kind of hazards and risks cannot be understood without looking at some of the social demographic challenges. By listening to what the final presenters contributed to us, we've also managed to understand and to come down to field practice and analyze some specific practices and better understand the practices that were presented previously. I think that these good practices have clearly established that the primary sector can be a key stakeholder in terms of fighting climate change. So this final exchange of European experiences, thanks to the submission of, to the presentation of the report and the best practices presented by all of you, this has allowed us to see that there are no universal model or single solutions, but many lessons can be learned from everything we of us do. And I'd also like to thank the interpreters that have allowed us to make these multicultural presentations possible. So thank you very much to you all. And now I'm going to give the floor to Enrique, the chair of Juana, the Vega Foundation, for him to finally close this session. The floor is yours.
Vou ser breve.
I will try to be brief because now we're going for lunch and we're running some delay. So we, the civil society of Galicia, we can see that Down to Earth is a great opportunity. Being in Europe, at least for Galicia, that has an artificial border with Portugal, that was in a marginalized region in Spain, is fundamental. Down to Earth is a good way to think about that, to realize that we have to exchange experiences to make the most of what is done in other places. I'd like to speak about nothing else. Thank you for your work, and I think we have to continue along these lines. The territory has to be more resilient. We have to protect ourselves from floods and fires. There is depopulation. There's a lot to do. But as a civil society, we also need to request the administration to get organized better. Sometimes the public administration, sometimes the municipalities, they are closer to us. So there's a lot to do. And we have to make the most of these opportunities to make us think. We have to be better prepared to face the issues we have today, which are quite important: climate change and population changes. That's it. Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to have you here, and just keep on going. Thank you.